Morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Lake Seminar, co-sponsored by the Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds and Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation. I'm Pat Sawyer. I am the president of the Federation. So before we get started, I just want to mention a few logistics. We do have folks who are online. And so the folks online, I'm going to ask you to make sure to stay muted while the speakers are speaking. If you have questions or comments with the people online, you can put them in the chat. We have folks monitoring the chat. And then when we have the question and answer section, you can also raise your hand because we have people watching for your hand raised. And folks in the room, of course, raise your hand. I do want to remind everyone this is being recorded and we will be posting it on our website in a few days after this is completed. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, and I'm just so pleased to have him here. Declan McCabe is our keynote speaker this morning. He's a professor of biology at St. Michael's College. His primary research area is in the ecology of freshwater communities. Declan is the author of the book Turning Stones, Discovering the Life of Water, which we happen to have some copies back there for sale if you're interested, and I have to recommend it because it's a great book. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Declan.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much. Great to be here. Please give me a wave if I go too long. I promise to never get to the end of the slides. I've given this talk a few times and I never reach the end. So I have a little buzz to remind me to stop. So yeah, the slides look a little scary if you look at the total slide count, but we'll ignore that. So I also, because I don't get to the end, I forget to acknowledge them. So I put them up front. A whole bunch of people have helped me do this kind of stuff, including Vermont EPSCoR and Vermont Humanities and St. Michael's College, of course. So thanks to everybody. And Ellen Morrison, who's around here somewhere, thank you for all your work. And you're in the book as well. And let's try that direction. No, that works. This is what I mainly do. I work with a whole bunch of students. The job is to essentially come up with some cool research opportunities and do some fun research with the students. And I put this slide up because they're out a number of years now. And left to right, we have a librarian, we have a medical doctor, we have a lab technician, we have a nurse practitioner, and we have a middle school, high school teacher, middle school science teacher. And that's what we produce. That's my job. But at the same time, I have a lot of fun doing it. So in the process of doing all this research, I started working for Vermont EPSCoR. And Vermont EPSCoR, we were doing research with them and we were also doing outreach. And so, that work together with my previous research kind of all combined into what I'm doing now. And the artwork for the book was provided by Adelaide Murphy-Tyrol. And Adelaide is incredible. And every time I would write something, she produced a piece of art. And it was kind of cool because it's like a little Christmas present. You don't get to pre-approve the art. The art just shows up and it's like, whoa, that's a nice one. And I emailed her one day and said, hey, I'd like to write a book and put the art in the book. And she said, send me a flash drive. I'll send you back the art. I already get paid to make it. So she's been extremely generous. So I always put her in front of my presentation. So why do we bother? Why did I do this? I get a lot of messages like this. How do I get rid of these things in my pond? You know me? And I'm like, maybe you don't want to do that, you know? And so I responded to this one and I said, you can encourage fishing spiders. That would help, you know? And of course the answer was nope, 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 nope. And you get all these messages, burn them with fire, you know? And this one came, I've got these beetle creatures in my pond. They can swim, they can fly. Could they be water boatmen? And do I need to get rid of them? And so I answered my sister and I said, you know, if I was an aquatic entomologist, you could ask them these questions. So I'm trying to fly the flag for a positive image for the bugs that are in our ponds. You literally can't have the fish unless you got the bugs. So I know I'm talking to the choir with this group. You get the idea. And in the process of working with EPSCoR, I started writing these essays just for fun. And EPSCoR is an NSF-funded organization through the state and through UVM. And they started taking the essays and adding them to their reports. And suddenly there was currency. They were like, oh, yeah, write more of those. And so I kind of went in that direction. And so I went from doing this kind of thing, which is important to do basic research. That's where science is built. But you're not going to bring this to the beach for a read, right? And I started doing this. And if any of you were in grade school in Vermont, you might know about Flat Stanley. who gets mailed to different places and sent back because he's a cartoon character. You can mail him in an envelope. Every student makes their own flat Stanley, and he gets mailed back. And this one got mailed back with a live centipede, which I just thought was the coolest thing ever. I had to write about that, right? And that's what got me off on this kick, and I've been doing that ever since. So you're familiar with this beastie. The trees have lots of people speaking for them. We need a few people speaking for the bugs. And so recommend to you Northern Woodlands magazine. It's an excellent read for many, many reasons. How many of you in the room are writing for Northern Woodlands or writing outside stories? So you've ever had a hankering to write something about the cool work that you're doing? Come up with 800 words, okay? Make it readable. Everything you learned in grade school, come on in, join the wild party. A middle, a beginning, and an end, 800 words, make it tight, make it readable, skip all the jargon, and send it off to Northern Woodlands. There's 52 of these essays written every year, and you could write one of them. Why not? Or you could write several of them. So they're always looking for someone to write the next one, and you get rich. You get like $150 maybe. So I forget. Anyway, so yeah, Northern Woodlands are fabulous, and it's a good way to get the message out to a broader audience, and they'll send them off to about 15 newspapers throughout the area, from the Adirondacks all the way over to New Hampshire. So the book is a lot about water, and I managed to sneak in some things about water into Northern Woodlands. And because water is densest at 4 degrees Celsius, ice floats. And if you're going to write any of these, you're going to have to work in Fahrenheit, folks. I know the scientists are going to be cringing now, and all your metric units are out the window. So start forgetting about millimeters and things. You have to say things like, this insect fits nicely on top of an aspirin. You know, any metric other than SI units will be appropriate. So throughout the talk, I have both units in there. Anyway, so ice floats and lakes don't freeze solid, and because of that, life is possible. So we've also got a constant temperature underneath the ice, and because of that, anything that can evolve their physiology to match that temperature is on a winner if it's in this part of the world, right? So you've got life under the ice, and the ice fishing people have known this for a very long time, and the biologists have caught up with it, of course. And of course, this makes ice fishing possible, which is kind of important around here most years. So surface tension is another cool thing, and lots of stuff are taking advantage of the surface tension. We can probably all agree that steel doesn't float, and there it is, right on top of the surface tension. So this is a force for good or bad, depending on who you are, right? So lots of things can ride the surface tension, and this is really important. If you're worried about mosquitoes around your house, you can take advantage of this. First thing is to clean your gutters, and if you've got a pond or you've got you know, a water bath for your birds, just something that ruffles the surface, a little air bubbler, a fountain if you're super fancy, will keep the mosquitoes away. You don't need nasty chemicals. So lots of things are on the surface tension. This is my personal favorite. Anybody arachnophobic? No? Good. I'm in the right room. So this is obviously, you can count the spots. This is the 6-spotted fishing spider, and you can see that the count doesn't match at all, but that's what it's called, and I'll show you why in a second. So this thing sits around the edge of a pond or river, and it's got some legs in the water surface vibrates, and it runs out and catches whatever it is that's struggling. Most of the time it's catching water striders, but they often will catch a fish that is injured and stuck in the surface tension as well. So it's kind of cool to think of an invertebrate that's grabbing a vertebrate. You know, it's kind of cool. Anyway, I like these a lot. This is the Adelaide's work that came along with that. And this is why they're called the 6-spotted fishing spider, because somebody flipped them over and found 6 spots, and that's consistent. Of course, only an entomologist is looking at that, or something that the spider is eating. So yeah, but they're kind of cool. It's a tough life if you're a male fishing spider, because this is the size of the male, this is the size of the female. And so when it comes to romance, the male vibrates the surface in a very specific way. And if it makes good vibrations and the female is happy about it, then, you know, they'll have a bit of romance and make new spiders. On the other hand, if he does it wrong, or if she's already met another spider, he's lunch, and he's just out of luck, you know. So it's a tough life, you know. So this is my trail camera. Just give you a sense of the size of these fellows. I took it out of the case. I was like, whoa! Even I got a little freaked out when this guy was there. So this lady, I should say. So beautiful spiders, though, and they walk on water. So what more do you need? The things we more commonly see walking on the water, of course, are water striders. And they also are using the water surface as a spider web. If you want to do an experiment with this, if you're a teacher or you just want to have fun with your students, just grab some ants and get them in a little vial and just tap them out onto the water surface, and the water striders will feel the vibration and they'll come on over, and you'll get to see what they do. I tried this with an isopod one time because I couldn't find ants. My students were all gathered around, and I popped the isopod on the water surface. It sank like a rock. It was an anticlimactic demonstration, but that's life as a teacher sometimes. This is how they do what they do. All of these, whoops, there you go. All of these hairs are hydrophobic, water repellent, and some investigators in China have calculated that this thing can essentially lift 21 times its own body weight using its water repellents. And something that most people don't realize is when a water strider is unhappy where it is, it can take those long legs and it can clap them together like that and shoot up like a rocket off the water surface and fly away and find another spot. And in the wintertime, you'll find them in the leaf litter. I've looked for them many times, never found one, but that's supposedly what they do. So water striders, very cool. And when they're hunting, imagine if you had on the palm of your hand, if you had a spike sticking out of each palm.
What?
Right. They grab things. Somebody online has their mic on. All right. So these are vertigate beetles. You've probably seen them spinning around on the surface of ponds and lakes and backwaters in the side of the streams. They're really cool. They're something that most things won't eat. They have a distasteful flavor to them, and so it's okay for them to be prominently visible in the middle of the water surface because nothing really goes for them. If you look at them from the side, you can count the eyes here. Here's an eye, and there's two more on the other side. So you've got yourself a four-eyed beetle. And again, investigators, physicists from China, looked at the optical properties of these eyes, and the ones below the water are attuned for looking through water, and the ones above the surface are attuned for looking through air, and they're optically different. Don't ask me to explain it beyond that, but they're looking up and they're looking down. And of course, like a lot of things in the water, they have counter shading. So they're pale when viewed from below, dark when viewed from above, and that's a theme that continues throughout things that live in the water. And of course, the military do the same thing as well with their various things. So anyway, vertigates are cool. So I'm going to break down the rest of the talk between flowing water and standing water. We hit the surface and now we're going to go beneath, which is the theme of this conference, right? So flowing water is very different from lakes. So it's highly oxygenated typically. It's got flushing erosional action. So a healthy stream is going to have lots and lots of nooks and crannies between the rocks. That's what you're looking for. The first and easiest diagnostic for a not so healthy stream is to go out and pick out some of the rocks and see, do they have a bathtub ring on the rock? And how much of the rock is exposed clean rock and how much of the rock is stuck into the sediment? So river ecologists call that embeddedness. And if the embeddedness number is high, so you pick out a sample of 100 rocks and look at how much they're embedded, and you get an estimate of embeddedness. It suggests that there's a lot of sedimentation in the stream. It's a nasty stream in terms of habitat quality, and the bugs just can't live there. So flushing and erosion is really important in streams. Food delivery. Food gets delivered from the landscape. It gets delivered from upstream, and it's constantly being delivered to a whole bunch of things that are ready there to eat it. The risk, of course, is that you might get washed downstream, and you know you're in a good habitat, you're still alive, right? That's fairly obvious. If you get washed downstream, you know what I mean? If you get washed downstream, you don't know what's down there. So all of the things living in these streams are adapted to hang on in some shape or form. We'll talk a little bit about that as we go. Downstream might be a better habitat, and sometimes things will leave voluntarily. If it gets too crowded, if there's too much competition, they'll simply let go and go down a little bit. But you don't want that to happen involuntarily. So there's lots of adaptations for hanging on. In our streams and in ponds also, the leaves that fall in are the base of the food web. Most habitats, you think about the food growing in the habitat. In streams in particular, the food is falling in from outside. So leaf season is really important for feeding the stream for the whole winter. And the leaves are inedible when they come in. So think about this. You are a tree, you're producing leaves. The last thing you want is to produce very edible leaves. You're producing leaves as solar panels so that you can actually capture carbon, make food, make starch, make sugar. You don't want your leaves to be edible. So you load them up with tannins, you load them up with toxins, you load them up with things that make them difficult to eat. And so when they fall into a river, they're still like that. And they've got a ways to go before they become edible. They have to get colonized by fungi and bacteria. This process is called conditioning. And here's my plug for diverse forests and diverse tree planting. Early in the season, something like basswood, which makes a very soft leaf, falls in, soaking like a tea bag. It loses its secondary compounds very early on. It gets conditioned and it's edible very, very quickly, maybe within 10 days. Next thing, you get something like maple. Maple is a little bit more leathery, a little bit more protected, and that falls in a little bit later and takes longer to get colonized, right? And then you got the oaks. And any of you who are raking leaves in your garden know that the oaks are out there to spite you. They're waiting until all the maple leaves have been raked and everything else is raked up and clean, and then they're going to drop their leaves, probably on top of the snow, right? So the maple leaves are middle of the season, the oak leaves are later, and the oak leaves are like leather, and they're loaded up with tannins. They take a long, long time to soak and re-soak and soak and re-soak to lose all of those chemicals, and then they become food. So if you put all that together, you've got early food, middle food, late food. You've got a continuum of food available in the stream through the whole year. That's what you're looking for. That's why you need a diverse forest. So if you're going to be involved in river restoration, riverside planting, you want to be planting for diversity for this reason. You also want to plant for diversity for other reasons, like something comes along like a little green shiny beetle from Asia that eats everything. If you planted a whole bunch of ash trees like we did on our campus, they're all going to be gone. And we lost 78 trees in the last month to the chainsaw because the beetles found them. So that's the other reason to plant for diversity. So I'm a big fan of planting for diversity. All right. So the things that eat the leaves, you call them shredders. Every field comes up with its own jargon. And you couldn't just call them scavengers. You couldn't call them herbivores because they're eating dead things. When they eat the leaves, they're eating the bacteria, they're eating the fungi, they're eating the small microinvertebrates that are eating all those things. So when they're eating that sandwich, they're not really a scavenger, they're not really an herbivore, they're not really a predator. They're all of those things. So we named them shredders because they're shredding the leaves. And there's a whole bunch of them, and these stoneflies are important ones as examples. Here's another one that's like a pinky finger that got lost. Yeah, if you get these in the stream, you're either going to be fascinated or repulsed. The skin is kind of translucent, and you can see all the innards moving as they crawl across the leaf. Some of my students find that fascinating, and other ones want nothing to do with it. So we get other bugs for those kids. So if an insect as a larva has no legs whatsoever, it's a maggot. It's a true fly, and very easy to identify at that level. And the adults have two wings. So this is a really important group. If it lands on you and bites you, there's a high chance that it's in this group. So mosquitoes, horseflies, deer flies, bot flies, there's a whole bunch of things that might bite you are all dipterans. Really important group to become familiar with, and probably the most challenging group to identify, but worth the effort, right? So moving away from the leaves, all of that eating produces small particles, right? So they're not all tidy eaters. We also get organic material washing in off the landscape. We get, urban areas, you get a lot of organic material washed in. Farming areas, you get a lot of organic material washed in. And you also get leaf fragments dropped by these messy eaters. And then you get frass, which is the polite word for insect poop. And, that's important. So all of these things produce particles. And there's a whole bunch of organisms called collectors that are gathering up this material. So this is a filtering collector. Everyone's favorite bug that might land on you and bite you. This is a black fly. So if you see a little thing that's shaped like a bowling pin, and this is what you're looking at. And these little fans are mouth parts. So you might think it's a leg, but it isn't. It's on the head and it's a mouth part. And they open and close these and they grab particles out of the water. So next time a black fly goes up under your hairline and makes you swell, it was doing a good thing before it did that. Okay? It's cleaning the water. It's taking those particles and it was turning it into, if you like, you can say it was turning it into a high protein meal for a fish, if you're a fish fan. Any fish fans? Sometimes I get fish fans. So, the fish can't eat without the bugs, so it's all good. What I wrote about in the book about this one is I was at a conference, and if you've ever done a conference like this, imagine a conference like this, but there's two other rooms, right? And they're doing things simultaneously. And you look out before your talk, and there's 50 people in the room, and you're all excited. And then you stand up to talk, and 49 of them leave. And it's you and the projectionist left there, And you're like, do I give this talk or do I go next door? So I went next door because projectionist doesn't care if I give the talk or not, right? They're just like, some grad student who was like getting a discount on the conference, and like, okay, it's me and him. So I went next door. The talk was called Maggots and Murder, and I was like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. They don't just hate me; they really, or maybe they do, but they like this guy a lot. And it was Rich Merritt, who was one of like the famous bug people in my field. Who's ever heard of Rich Merritt? Nobody. See, that's Ellen. Thanks, Ellen. That's what famous is in ecology. So Rich had done a forensic case, and the black flies had solved a murder essentially. And the story was that this woman disappeared. The husband's story was, well, we had a little disagreement in September, and she kind of walked out, but I've heard from her in December, and her family heard from her in January. All is good. I expect that, we might reconcile, or maybe not. It's okay. That was his story. Scuba divers found her in April, upside down in a car, and they scraped the bugs off the windshield. They sent them off to Rich Merritt, and Rich Merritt concluded, based on the bugs, that the black fly cases are of this particular species are only laid down in September. So the black flies put the guy in prison. Totally shattered his case. So anyway, that was my angle on writing about black flies. So there's an essay called Life, Death, and Black Flies. So sometimes I come up with a good title. Usually someone else comes up with a better title. Anyway, other things that filter in almost every stream you go to, you're going to find this particular caddisfly. And the popular lore out there is, oh, if you find caddisflies, it's a clean stream. And the truth is, if you find many different species of caddisflies, it's a clean stream. So you'll always find this one because this one likes particles, and particles are common in the most polluted stream you can imagine. So if you go to Centennial Brook, which drains parking lots, drains the airport runway, it drains UVM, it drains the hotel over there, you will find this caddisfly. And it's because there are particles washed off the landscape by, in that case, it's all stormwater eroding stream banks and eroding riverbeds and providing the particles. So this thing is everywhere, and they're important. They are filtering, they're collecting. And if you go, this is a picture over at the Platte River down in Charlotte. Each of these little things here is a caddisfly net. So all of these are little nets filtering the water, and the caddisflies are in there and consuming the particles. The little rectangular shapes you see here are also caddisflies, a different species. This is Brachycentrus. And what they do is they have a little kind of a log cabin deal. It's a long tapered wooden case made out of strands of moss and plant material, square in cross section, and they attach the front end of it to a rock. And what that means is all 6 legs are available for grabbing particles out of the water. So they're all clean in the water, and important beasties. That's what the net spitting caddisfly. Whoops, we lost that. Whatever. Any questions? No. That's what the net looks like. So what they do is they have a series of silk nozzles across the front of their face, and they swipe their face across this little opening that they've created, and they lay down several strands of silk. And then they do the other direction, and they've got themselves a little silk net. And it's been estimated that they spend something like 25% of the protein that they make is devoted to making silk for their lifestyle. So they're very defensive of these little territories. If another caddisfly tries to get in, they're going to fight for it. And there's one that lives only in springs, which is really cool. And that one makes a coarser mesh, and it doesn't filter particles because spring water doesn't have any particles. What it does instead is it uses it like a spider web, and if something lands, it eats it. So there's a way for each of them to have its own niche and get around. So this one is a water penny. It's a type of beetle, and if you go into the biological literature, it was first actually described as an isopod, so the same as a sow bug or a roly-poly, or whatever you like to call them. But if you read the description, the original scientific description, it says it's an isopod, and it says legs, 3 pairs. So it wasn't like they were miscounting the legs or anything. They just couldn't imagine that this thing was a beetle. And I was doing this work for about 20 years before I ever saw an adult one of these, and I can totally understand why they thought it wasn't a beetle. But it is a beetle. The beetle adult is only around for few days and then they disappear. But they stay really flat, and they also are eating the next food resource in the river, and that is periphyton. So the algae, bacteria, kind of slippery stuff that could make you fall down in a river, and they're scraping it off the surface. That's how they make a living. And a whole bunch of things are scrapers. As rivers get bigger and the tree canopy opens up, there's a whole theory about, it's called the river continuum theory, and as rivers have more sunlight getting to the rocks, you get more periphyton, you get more scrapers. It's pretty.
Is that the adult?
No, this is this is the larva. And that's what you're more likely to find flipping over rocks in the stream. And they're super, super flat. The other cool thing about them is you think about water flow in the river, and the water is fastest at the surface, and it gets slower and slower and slower as friction increases and it gets closer to the riverbed. And then when you get right onto a rock surface, there's something called a boundary layer. And this thing is so flat that it lives entirely inside the boundary layer, and it reduces its chances of getting washed downstream. So it's kind of a cool little mechanism to keep it going. So that's what it looks like underneath. They got these gills, and the true water penny has this almost round shape and a nice smooth edge. And there's only one species around here, so if you find one, you can identify the species right off the rock, and you can tell everybody, I can identify bugs as species. And you can identify this next one too. This is the false water penny, and there's only one species in Vermont, and it has like this bread knife edge, and it's a bit longer and no gills. So there you go. You got two IDs you can do right off the bat there. You are now an entomologist. There we go. Here's another way to stay put. This is another caddisfly. This one's called Neophylax, and there's a bunch of different species around. So sorry to break that to you. They fasten lots of rocks onto their cases, and I've done a lot of work playing with these and taking the cases and gluing the cases onto bricks and putting the bricks in the river to see if the cases make any difference. And they do. The cases actually attract in other species. All those nooks and crannies are valuable, and the nooks and crannies become habitat. And these are the strange things biologists do. Like, yeah, let me get a bunch of caddisfly cases and glue them onto bricks, put the bricks in the river, hope that I don't get a storm so the experiment won't wash away. And it was my very first stream experiment, and it didn't wash away. So I was thrilled. Oh, I can do more of these. So the next one I did entirely became a study of brick migration because all the bricks washed downstream. And that's the heartbreaking part of doing this work in streams. So I tend not to do experiments in streams with students because they have one summer to have a research experience. And if the whole thing washes away, it's not a very positive introduction to research. So I tend to do a bit more lake stuff with them of late. Anyway, so that's a way to stay put. And the cool thing about caddisflies is they're using materials in their environment. So this species happens to use pebbles and rocks. And when it's pupating, when it's ready to go on to the next life stage, it closes the door by building them right across the front. And it's using them from its direct environment. And so it's going to be camouflaged. It's also going to be a mouthful of rocks for something that wants to eat it. And they're less inclined to eat it if it's going to get a mouthful of rocks as well. I got them downstream from a construction site at one point, and they were entirely made from red bricks, which is really cool. Little fragments of red brick. And you can take advantage of that. You can raise them in a little bed of precious stones, and they'll do this for you. And I promise you, and I'm not getting commission, if you go onto Etsy right now and search for caddisfly earrings, you will find them. Somebody's making them. So, I don't know if the caddisfly survived the experience. This is maybe not the slide for PETA, I guess. But anyway, they will take whatever is in their environment and make them. And this is what kind of got me started in bugs when I was like a kid. I was 12 years old, needed a science fair project, and I chucked a whole bunch of things into an aquarium with caddisflies. I chucked in matchsticks, I put in little strips of aluminum foil, and they took the matchsticks and they incorporated them into their case. And I had a whole bunch of these in my little poster when I was 12 years old, and I've been doing strange things like that ever since. All right, standing water. Standing water. How am I doing for time? We all right? So far, so good? Okay, good. Oh, yeah. I've got 9 minutes before I should freak out. Okay, so standing water. So lakes and ponds. So the key difference is you don't have directional, consistent flow. So it doesn't mean you got still water. And anybody who's been out in Lake Champlain in rough weather can tell you it's not still water. The water is moving. But at the same time, it's not that consistent, constant flow that you get in a river. Right? So because of that, it's more depositional. So when a river flows into a still body of water, the water velocity slows down. All the stuff it's been carrying starts to get deposited, and that builds up on the lake floor. Also, because of being more depositional, oxygen tends to be limited depending on where you are, depending on when you are, depending on what time of day you are. So oxygen can be limited because of the standing nature. You're not constantly getting more air entrained by river flow, if that makes sense. So this is Adelaide's take on that. You get layers, right? And so this is a typical summer situation. You've got warm water circulating up here. You got cold water circulating down here, and you got the thermocline in between. Who are the scuba divers? Any scuba divers out there? Right? So you've experienced the thermocline, right? And if your instructor was good when you were getting your certification, they will take you to the thermocline and you'll feel it. You'll be like, oh my God, my legs are cold and my upper body is warm. The contrast is really, really sharp. And if your instructor is really good, they'll take you down below the thermocline and make you take off your mask. So you get that rush of cold water in your face and successfully put it back on again while they're probably holding onto your elbow to make sure you don't, die down there. Kind of critical, right? Weed proof, it works, you're all alive. Survivor bias here. So the point is, anyway, this water is cold. So here's a cool thing about Lake Champlain. In probably a lot of you heard this already, but it's a long linear lake, and you've got the cold water at the bottom, you get the warm water at the top. If the wind blows from the north or from the south, I don't know what direction I'm facing, it's going to push the warm water in one direction, and the warm water is going to get deeper and deeper and deeper at one end of the lake. And because of that, it's pushing on the cold water. The cold water is going to flow in the opposite direction of the wind. Isn't that kind of fun? And that's called a seiche. So instead of having a flat thermocline, you get this kind of thing happening. And then when the wind stops, it does this. And it has a certain predictable periodicity to it. There's a bit of a yoga dance going on here. You get the idea. Tom Manley discovered this in Lake Champlain. It's got, I think, 2-day periodicity. Correct me if I'm wrong. 4-day periodicity. There you go. I knew I'd get it wrong. So people had previously gone out just off of Burlington and looked for this. They expected it to be there, and they didn't find it because they were right at the pivot point. And Tom was working in Middlebury, so he went at the other end of the lake, and he found it when he started looking for it. So kind of cool. So that's the biggest movement of water in Lake Champlain is this it's called an internal seiche. So this it's a huge exchange of water north and south in the lake. It's pretty remarkable. Anyway, that's the summertime. Light is limited. Even in perfectly clear water, light is absorbed, and the deeper you go, the darker it gets. And you reach a point which doesn't have to coincide at all with the thermocline. You reach a point where you're no longer producing oxygen by photosynthesis. And above that is the photic zone, where there's light, and below that is the aphotic zone. So it is utterly dark in parts of Lake Champlain. Algae, of course, are photosynthesizing in the upper section and not so much in the lower section. And then if you have a lot of phosphorus going in, you increase density of algae, and so that photic zone gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you run into oxygen problems. Not always the oxygen problems you might expect. Sometimes there's actually too much oxygen, and that's something that the EPSCoR project discovered. They put out these buoys measuring oxygen, and what they found was in the middle of the daytime, there was supersaturation of oxygen. And because of the supersaturation of oxygen, there was increase in photosynthesis, and a whole lot of carbon was being pulled out of the water by photosynthesis. And carbon, of course, in water is carbonic acid. And I know I've got a chemist here who can correct me where I'm wrong here, but essentially the water became more alkaline in the middle of the day. And the combination of high oxygen concentration and alkalinity was killing fish in the middle of the day, whereas you might have expected the fish to be dying at nighttime. Because of lack of oxygen, which of course also happens because you turn the lights off, the photosynthesis stop, and you have a sudden drop in oxygen because the same algae that were making the oxygen are now consuming it. So that's kind of the short, that's like 2 lectures on eutrophication rolled into 30 seconds or so. You get the idea. You have like, your fish is trying to adapt to ridiculous conditions, extremely high oxygen followed by extremely low oxygen. And you got to repeat that on a 24-hour cycle. It's not going to be good for them. So that's why we get fish kills, particularly in places like Missisquoi Bay. I don't know how it's been recently. I haven't looked into it. Has it been still getting fish kills up there? You haven't seen them recently? Good. Anyway, that's the short version. Heat. Oh yeah, we covered the heat. Cool thing that happens in the fall is eventually the water at the surface gets cold enough that it is denser than the water underneath. And then you get what's called fall turnover. That water from the surface is going to get pulled down, and the water from below is going to get pulled up. Oxygen gets brought down, nutrients get brought up, and there you go, lake turnover. You get a similar phenomenon in the spring. It's just not as spectacular. In the fall, it's really spectacular. And I've got a friend, Patrick Standen, who regularly swims in the lake, and he can always tell me, oh yeah, I'm done now, turnover happened. So, yeah, let's skip that. Okay. So life under ice, things are happening, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the cool stuff that Jason's been doing on Shelburne Pond. So the phytoplankton are still photosynthesizing under the ice. If you get too much snow, you might get reduced photosynthesis. There's lots of things that can change. If you get very, very clear ice that form quickly, you'll have a lot of photosynthesis happening. So things are different. So that's the phytoplankton. The zooplankton then are eating the phytoplankton. You can see this one looks like he's pretty well fed there. The water flea. And then you got things eating the water fleas. And this is one of my favorites, just because I like the name. This is called a phantom midge. And they also call them glass worms because they're really translucent and very hard to see. They've got a little bubble at each end. There's one bubble, there's the other bubble. And I wrote about them for the magazine, and the editor got back and said, well, you're telling me that these things migrate to the bottom of the lake in daytime and back to the surface in nighttime. And I said, yeah, that's what they do. And she said, well, how do they do it? And I've been reading about this stuff for years. So I gave her the standard answer that's in all the textbooks. Nobody knows how they do it. And she's like, no, somebody must know. Okay, so I went back and I did my digging. And 2 months earlier, someone had published a mechanism. And it's an entirely new mechanism of contraction that I had never learned about before. What they do is they change the pH, the acidity, out in the body cavity around these bubbles. And at this point, I forget whether it's acidity or alkalinity, but in one of the conditions, either acidic or alkalinity, it causes the bubble to contract. And because the bubble has contracted, now they're denser and they sink like a stone. And then they reverse the pH when they want to come back up again. The bubble expands again. And it's just like a scuba diver. They've got a jacket full of air. They can let air out of that jacket when they're going down. They can put air into the jacket when they're coming back up, carefully and slowly. But they're scuba divers essentially. They invented scuba diving long before we did. But they come up at nighttime to feed on these things because that's their food source. And they go back down in darkness, in daylight, so they can avoid getting eaten by the fish. So they're cool beasties. So sediment, there's a Missisquoi River going in there, and this whole piece of land was constructed by the Missisquoi River. And there's camps up there. There's people living up in this thing, right? All constructed by the Missisquoi River because of deposition. And you are standing on the Winooski River Delta that was constructed, during the paleo history of Lake Champlain. So you're all living on the Delta. So get out your banjo and let's get some music going. The other cool thing that happens here is you get layers building up. You've got more erosion happening in the spring during melt, and a whole lot of stuff gets dropped into the lake at that point. Things slow down a little bit later, and then if there's ice on the lake and things freeze up in the landscape, it slows down a lot in the winter time. So you get these annual rings called barbs. And Pat Manley discovered something cool about the barbs. She's using sort of ground penetrating sonar, essentially dragged behind the boat and did the whole lake, right? Up and back and up and back. And it's like a barcode, except that this chunk of the barcode is upside down. And okay, that's my warning to not talk too much longer. So you guys, where am I in time? Am I, what, 5 minutes out? Yeah, 5 minutes out? Okay, good. All right, so anyway, she calculated the volume of this block of sediment that had rolled downhill, okay? And she figured out how much water it would have displaced as it rolled downhill. She figured out when it would have rolled downhill. She correlated it to other evidence of earthquakes up in Quebec, I think about 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. Don't quote me on the number. And she calculated the volume of water it would have displaced would have been tantamount to a small tsunami in Lake Champlain. So you think about getting a tsunami in a lake, it can happen. So yeah, that's cool work that she did. Being part of this EPSCoR project allowed me to sit in on a whole bunch of presentations on work like this and learn from the other investigators in the area. And a lot of that is what I write about. So this is Tom, he wouldn't pose for a picture. This is the work we did on the lake. And we get out these beautiful layer cakes of muck from the bottom. And Pat Manley's students just needed a little bit of that stuff, enough to fill that little syringe. And the rest of it was for me to get the bugs out of it. And if you ever do this work, has anyone ever sampled muck for bugs? No? Okay, I won't skip the details then. But you can get, trust me, you can get them out. Okay, so if you're going to do this with kids, you get a kitchen strainer, the metal type with the dome shape on the bottom. You put the muck in the strainer and you bounce it up and down on the surface of the pond. and all of the muck particles will go through, and you'll be left with the bugs and whatever all other cool things are in there. On our scale, we have a 5-gallon bucket with a sieve in the bottom, and we're bouncing up and down. It's very mucky work, but you get your bugs. So these are the types of things. This is a burrowing mayfly, and they'll be coming out soon. You'll see them on all the windows near Lake Champlain. And what they do is they wriggle their bodies in this little burrow, which sucks water in this end and shoots it out that end, and they're filtering water using this tunnel as a way to get their food. So this is a zebra mussel, everyone's favorite mussel in the lake. They're also filtering, and the water quality has improved. The clarity has improved as a result. You get these little buggers. These are called bloodworms, which is very different from anyone who's gone sea fishing. Common names are a mess, but it's a chironomid, a non-biting midge. Do you ever see little clouds of flies over a lake in the summertime? A nice little bit of ambiance until you inhale them. And those are the midges. Midges are really, really common. But this particular midge has hemoglobin in its skin surface, and it is able to scavenge tiny amounts of oxygen out of the water. So if that's all you've got in your body of water, it's not a nice body of water. You expect them to be everywhere, but if it's the dominant thing, then you've got a nasty body of water. And this is one of our native mussels, which is also filtering. So they're all gathering sediment in one way or another. And there's the adult midge. And I think what I'll do is I'll wrap up with a short story here for you. And this photograph showed up on social media on Facebook, and the photo was taken by Rich Kelly. I was given this talk up in Missisquoi about a year ago, and at this point, the computer sent up a message to me and it said, update, now or in 5 minutes. I was like, great, what am I going to do now, right? So I said, great, in 5 minutes. And I said, hey, I've got this photograph here by Rich Kelly, and the computer's going to die in a minute, but I'm going to tell you the story. Does anybody know Rich Kelly? This hand goes up at the back of the room. Rich Kelly's sitting back there. I never met him before. I'm so glad I put his name on the photograph. You're in Vermont. You got to be nice to everybody. You got to acknowledge all your sources, because none of us are doing this work on our own. Anyway, he found this kingfisher. He pried the eastern land mussel off its beak. Both things were liberated, and it was a good end. But when I was sitting there looking at this photograph, I said, I know exactly what happened. You never get eureka moments. Everyone thinks scientists are getting eureka moments all the time. This is as close as I've come. It's like, I know what happened. So this is what Adelaide did with the art. She also acknowledged Rich. Thank you, Adelaide. And this is what I think happened. So this is an eastern land mussel, okay? And this little fishy looking thing is part of the eastern land mussel. It has grown that structure during its reproductive season. And the idea is to wriggle that in the water and attract, ideally, a yellow perch. And the yellow perch, the hope is, from the mussel's point of view, that the yellow perch will try and eat that fish. And when it does that, the mussel will release all of its larvae into the fish's gills. They'll clamp on, the fish will swim away, and at some point they'll drop off. And that's how the species disperses, because mussels don't move very far. And so I thought, well, if it's good enough to fool a fish, maybe it's good enough to fool a kingfisher. But this is what I put in the essay, the only way to find out is to interview the kingfisher and ask the question that every teenager is dreading. What were you thinking? And so I don't get to do that. All I have is conjecture. But I did steal this video, and the acknowledgement comes at the end, so you can get a feeling for what these things look like. The different species of that mussel, but you get the idea. They are unique. Some of them have gills. Some of them have eye spots. Some of them have little fins. And I think it's pretty convincing. I mean, they're essentially anglers, right? And yeah, there's the acknowledgement. So yeah, pretty cool. Anyway, we're good on time, I think. Should I stop or do one more story?
I think 17 is kind of the.
We have 10 minutes.
We got 10. Okay, so let's see if we have questions. If we have questions, I'll answer them. If not, I'll show you some more slides. So, any questions about the strange things I do?
Are there any questions?
Got one at the back.
I attended college in Maine back in the 50s.
Yeah.
And they would tell us the water's going to smell and taste bad because China Lake is turning over.
Yeah.
And that was terribly
Absolutely, yeah. Lake turnover brings up nutrients from the bottom. It brings up all sorts of other chemicals as well. And the best example I have, I used to work in a water treatment plant in Chalfont, Pennsylvania. Our water supply was Lake Galena. And Lake Galena, the local township thought it would be good for the tourists to put a whole bunch of corn growing for the geese and the ducks. And so that brought in a whole bunch of geese and ducks. And like the slide said earlier, everyone poops. And the water treatment plant was lobbying and constantly trying to get the township to stop planting for the geese. But the geese were good for the tourists and they didn't want to hear about it. But when that lake turned over in the spring, our water treatment people were just freaking out trying to keep ahead of it. And they installed a really expensive ozone generator system to reduce the taste and odor problems, specifically during lake turnover. It was helpful the rest of the year also. But yeah, it's a big problem. Taste and odor in your water doesn't necessarily mean it's bad water. We don't have to deal with it because we have our water coming from the depths of Shelburne Bay, and the La Platte River got cleaned up very nicely when they fixed the Stella cheese plant and when they fixed the sewage plant in Heinsberg. So we're kind of lucky around here. If you're on that piped water system, we've got some of the best water in the country. And in fact, when EPA brought in its new standards, our water was the first to meet the new standards, which is pretty remarkable. So we're gifted with really good water. Never buy water in a plastic bottle again. So yeah, but it's a real thing. That's as much as I can tell you about it. You haven't hit on something I know a little bit about. Any other good questions? That was a good one to start off with. We're all good? Everyone's happy? Anything in the chat? All right, I can show you a few more slides then. Yeah. And you waved me off with about 2 minutes to go. Does that sound fair? Okay, fair enough. All right, so connections to land. We all live upstream, we all live downstream. What we do in the Champlain Valley is going to affect people in Quebec. What people do up in the mountains affects people in the valleys, right? This is nothing strange. So we're all upstream, we're all downstream. The bugs in the stream, one of the things that I have used to justify my existence for many years is to explain that the bugs in the streams are really important indicators of water quality. So what you've got in there actually is, the canaries in the coal mine. If the bugs are getting sick, it's because the water quality is bad. So when you're trying to look at the health of a stream, this is the doctor right there. That's Anne, one of my students from a while back. Anne is actually still doing this kind of work. She's working with fish at the moment, I believe. So we still love her though. So anyway, healthy streams. You got your stoneflies. I stole this picture. I just like them giving them a hug there. You got dragonflies in the pools. You've got a diversity of dipterans. You've got a lot of different species. And I want to point this out just for fun. Dragonflies have this cool structure underneath. It's called a mask, and that's how they reach out and grab things. The mouth is up here. This thing grabs things and brings it back to the mouth. But they're in the pools, in your streams. You got your water pennies and other things. And the thing is, the more species, the more diverse it is. There's that brachycentrus caddisfly I mentioned earlier. So more species, cleaner streams. An unhealthy stream, you're going to be dominated by these filtering collecting caddisflies. You might have a lot of midges dominating things. You might have a lot of worms in there, things that can tolerate poor water conditions. There are snails that breathe using lungs, for example, and they're perfectly happy in the nastiest of water. And of course, you've got the bugworms. So it's easy to tell from the bugs that you've got an unhealthy stream. This is work done by one of my students, Janelle Burge. And what we did was we measured the diversity of mayflies, stoneflies, and caddisflies. So Ephemeroptera, Plecoptera, Trichoptera. And we looked at the diversity over a whole series of streams. And so down this end, you've got the streams that are most forested. And down here, you've got the streams that are least forested. In other words, there's lots of urban, lots of agriculture. So these are the streams in a wooded environment at the far end. And the diversity is quite high. And this is undergraduate data from, the work of several students identifying a whole lot of bugs for the summer. Pretty tight pattern. But that's kind of what you're looking at. So the bugs are a really good indicator. And I like the bugs, but the questions I get are often about, well, what's this big scary thing? I'm going to carry away my children. So this is something that would be found in a Teenish stream. So this came out of the Winooski River, and I get these brought to me. In another month, I expect people will be coming with deli containers to get this identified. What's this scrambling thing? And before they even open it, I close my eyes and say, I'm feeling Helvermite. Maybe it's a Dobsonfly adult. And sure enough, that's what it is. You just know by the time of year and the fact that anyone bothered you bringing it in. Okay. So, yeah. The males have these ridiculous mandibles, which are good for flipping other males off the habitat. They kind of go in underneath the other male and they go, whoop. And that's pretty much all anyone who's documented those mandibles to do. The females, on the other hand, have useful mandibles, and if you pick up a female, she can bite you, and be careful. So that's what Adelaide did with the art on these, and I thank her for that. This is I'll show you this last picture, and then we'll probably stop. And this is Doppler radar showing you a mayfly emergence. Sometimes you get enough mayflies coming up that it shows up on radar. And these are not the big emergences that we used to get. It used to be the case where they would be shorting out electrical lights. There'd be so many of them. They'd be using snow shovels to shovel them off the sidewalks. Now, Lake Erie, for example, has had a recovery of the mayfly population, but not to that level. But they are still showing up on radar, which is kind of cool. So, yeah, oh yeah, I will tell you this. I'd like to finish on something hopeful. We put in a conservation easement at work. We have a 365-acre site, and a third of it is currently in a conservation easement. We're planting trees. We have put in reconstructed wetlands. This is what it looked like when we first put it in. It looked pretty ugly, but now it's all grassed over and vegetation is growing. And yeah, it's a nice opportunity. Students learn a lot from the process, and we get a lot of trees planted. And this is what it looks like now. So there is hope at the end of the tunnel. We can improve the habitats, and we'll encourage you all to do what you can. So thanks, folks, for inviting me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Jason Stockwell. Jason's professor of aquatic ecology and director of the Rubenstein Ecosystem Science Laboratory at the University of Vermont. And his research is in the areas of aquatic ecology, food web dynamics, and predator-prey interactions. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you, everyone, for taking time out on Friday morning. Nice how many people are here, so this is really great, and I don't know about online, but just having you all here is really nice. So as mentioned, I work down at UVM at the FOVLAP, which is attached with adjacent to ECHO. You can see our newish research vessel, which is electric hybrid, so it's electricity and diesel combined. So we're a lot more comfortable than our old boat. Anyway, our lab is filled with lots of students, undergraduate students, postdocs, and faculty. And so I guess just to begin, everything I'm going to present.
Right hand button. Thank you.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. It's really driven by a lot of students over time, students and postdocs. And so this is not everyone. I try to include everyone, but I'm sure I missed some people. But yeah, so a lot of this research is basically done by the students, and I just kind of facilitate and ask questions while they're actually doing most of the fun work. And also a lot of our work has been funded by the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, and some of the work today I'll show is also funded by Lake Champlain Sea Grant. So I just want to acknowledge that before going further. And also before we begin, and Declan did a great job. I just wanted to get some vocabulary out because I will use some of this. I just want to make sure people are familiar. So we've got, we've got the benthic habitat at the bottom. We've got the pelagic zone, which is the water column. Maybe I'll mention the deep chlorophyll layer, which is basically concentrated phytoplankton, which are deeper below the surface, usually because the photic zone is deep, and it can be below the thermocline where there's lots of nutrients, but the water's colder. I'm going to be talking a lot about diel vertical migration. So Declan talked about the phantom midge going up and down. The critters I'm going to talk about do that. So I'll mention DVM a lot. And then I'll also mention trophic level, which if you think of food chains, the bottom, the base of the food web is a lower trophic level. Apex predators like lake trout or sea lamprey are upper trophic levels, and then fish, the mid-sized fish are mid-trophic levels. So I'll be saying that a little bit. So I just want to get that out there. So hopefully I'll be clear on what I'm talking about. Okay, so I am going to talk about mysis today. Mysis I do a lot of work in a lot of different areas. I'm kind of scattered from phytoplankton to fish. global distribution of zooplankton, biodiversity, but really mysis are my passion. They're my first love. And so it's a freshwater shrimp. It's called the opossum shrimp because it's got this little marsupial-like pouch that the embryos go in, and the embryos develop, and then when they get big enough, they release them, sort of like marsupial. So it's called the opossum shrimp. And what I want to talk about today, before, can you click, if you go over this, there's, hopefully it's gonna, yeah, play the video. So this is a video from 100 meters or 300 feet in Lake Champlain, and you can see a sculpin there, and all the other little things going around are mysis. They're all on the bottom, and the sculpin's trying to capture them. And so what I'm gonna try to convince you that this little, no bigger than an inch shrimp-like organism is going to be key to Lake Champlain in the future. We already know it's very important in the food web, but I think for various reasons, which I'll get into, I think it's going to be an integral player in Lake Champlain in the future for a couple of reasons. So I'm going to talk about that. So just to describe the ecology of mysis. So again, they get to be about an inch, and they undergo DVM, vertical migration, where, and again, Declan set this up nicely. They'll go up in the surface waters, not all the way up to the surface, but they'll go up at night to feed on zooplankton and phytoplankton. But then during the day, they're pretty big for plankton, so they're going to be conspicuous to visual feeders such as smelt and alewife. So they migrate down to deeper water. In some systems, they can migrate down to 400 meters, Lake Tahoe. They'll go down to 120 meters here. So this in Lake Champlain, this is like if you and I were to every morning walk to Shelburne and every evening walk back here. That's the scale of the migration. And they do this every day. They don't really like light levels, or they don't like light. So even they're sensitive to moonlight. So on a full moon night, they won't go up as far in the water column. On a full moon night, they'll go up until the temperature is too warm.
How long does the migration take?
They can do about 100 meters in an hour. So in Lake Champlain, it'd be about an hour from they go from the deepest part to near the surface. Okay, so I have here, they're omnivorous. I'll get to that in a second, but they're important because they link the food web, different parts of the food web, because they move between the habitats. So we've got fish on the bottom, like these sculpin, they feed on the mysis. We've got fish that live pelagically in the water column, like smelt, they will feed on the mysis at night or crepuscular times. And then some species follow them up. Now, this is a species called kai, which is in Lake Superior. And if you can see, they have a huge eye for the size of the body. And 95% of their diet are mysis. So they will follow mysis up and down every day and will feed on them as much as they can. So in addition, other like lake trout will feed on mysis, especially the young ones, or burbot, which are also predatory fish. So all these fish in both habitats are feeding on them. And then at the same time, as I said, mysis are omnivorous. So they'll eat zooplankton and they'll eat phytoplankton when they're up high. And then when they're in the bottom, they will eat benthic invertebrates, and they will also eat detritus. So they will actually take in the muck. They're really feeding on the bacteria and other things, but they're really adaptive in what they can eat and where they can eat it. So I think it's just probably about the coolest animal around. So this is mysis, and how we sample mysis typically is we go out at night and we have these large nets and we lower them down in the water column and pull them up. So that's how most people sample them, and it's effective. And then also we use acoustics, and so acoustics are just fish finders, but they're glorified. They're souped up, so we can actually kind of measure the biomass and the size of things. So here's a bunch of fish, which if you fish, you've probably seen something like this in your fish finder. But it's high enough frequency that we can get these layers of mysis. And here, this is from Lake Superior. So this is about 250 meters deep. So multiplied by over 700 feet deep. And you can see at night that they're all up high in the surface areas. And this is Lake Superior here, so it's the western arm. And then when sunrise comes, you can see them migrating down. And interesting thing, and I'll get into this a little bit more, is that you can see that when they hit about 200 meters, some of them seem to stay and others keep going down to the bottom. And so I'm going to get into that a little bit more. So this is a predominant way we sample mysis, a lot of night work, but then also because they're on the bottom, we use these things called benthic sleds. So they've got two runners on them, one's here, and dragged along the bottom, we'll catch them near the bottom. And then also from that video I showed earlier, we have these underwater cameras that will just drop this on the bottom and record with video, and we have a red light. They can't see red light. And so we get video recordings of their densities and their behavior. So that's how we sample them. Again, the size. So this is, these are the water fleas. Declan showed a couple in his video. So this is the relative size of mysis compared to other plankton. If you're a fish, this is a much better return on investment if you can eat one versus a lot of these little ones. And so, as I said, they're important in food webs. This is work we did in Lake Superior when I worked there about 20 years or so. So this is a food web, who eats who, based on examining over 10,000 fish stomachs. And so here's mysis. You can see a lot of arrows going out of pretty thick widths, which denotes how much of the diet each of these species are eating. And so mysis are really integral to a lot of the fish in the offshore and the nearshore food web of Lake Superior. Up here is Siskoet lake trout, which I have a picture down here. These are a different morph than our lake trout we have here. These are deep water. They are really fat. They are up to 80% lipids. Not much of an air bladder, but the lipids make them buoyant, so they can live down at 400 meters or 1,200 feet, or they can come up near the surface. You find not only mysis in their stomach, but you will find small birds, you will find bees, you will find other fish. They can move all over the lake. So it's really interesting. And mysis will show up in their diet, especially small sizes. So pretty much everything eats mysis at one life stage or another in their life. And then they also have very strong ecosystem impacts. And so this is some pictorial figures from Flathead Lake in Montana, which earlier in the 1900s was a nice, simple food web with a lot of native species. And then in our wisdom, we introduced kokanee salmon because we want to catch kokanee salmon. And so that slightly changed the food web a little bit. They also got some lake whitefish in there and some lake trout, and things started changing. And then what you notice here in the last couple decades, mysis were introduced. And all of a sudden you see the kokanee salmon go bye-bye. And all of a sudden you see lake whitefish take off. And that's because the mysis were out competing kokanee for the zooplankton, even though we were hoping, we meaning fishing people, managers, that mysis would be a nice food packet to get bigger kokanee. But what it turns out is that they were a nice food packet for lake whitefish, which overlap in habitat with mysis on the bottom. Kokanee are visual feeders, so they could not access the mysis during the day. And then the mysis would come up and eat all their food at night. And so this has been repeated in other systems. So anyways, it just shows that mysis can have a big impact on the food web when given the opportunity, especially in new habitats. Okay, so as I mentioned about DVM, diurnal vertical migration, this is the pattern. They're typically on the bottom during the day where there's low risk. If they were up here at night during the day, there's high risk because the visual predators can see them. And then at night, they all come off the bottom where the risk is low, indicated by the low red here, but all the food is up there, or what we thought was all the food. So that's been kind of the classic DVM paradigm. But what we've done over the last 10 years is we've actually documented they do partial diurnal vertical migration, which just means that during the day, they're not really all on the bottom. Some of them remain suspended in the water column, but still deep where risk is still low. So in that picture of Lake Superior, we saw that one layer peeling off during the day. And then at night, they of course do move up to feed where there's a lot of food, but we are also finding a lot of them on the bottom at night too. And we think because we have a lot more food on the bottom that we didn't realize in the form of detritus. We've got some, a reverb going on. So we think that this detritus or benthic invertebrates may be really important for, as part of their food. And so the partial BVM suggests that mice are maybe on the bottom a lot more than we thought, and the bottom resources may be more important overall to their diet. And that will feed into the message I'm trying to get to at the end. Okay, so a little bit more to show about their behavior on the bottom. So these are data from that video camera system we deployed in Lake Champlain and in other lakes. And basically the x-axis is time of day going from morning into night, and the gray shades are nighttime, and the white part is daytime. And in a perfect world of DVM, ideally we would have very few on the bottom at night and a lot on the bottom during the day. But what you see is that we have all sorts of patterns going on, that they're on the bottom at night, and less abundant during the day. In some cases, it's building up over the night and having high numbers during the day. And variable, these are two different consecutive days in this middle right panel. So we have different patterns going on. And the other thing is that in our video, we're counting incredibly high numbers of mice. So that's 2,500 per square meter. So think a yard by yard, and there's over 2,000 of them in some of these estimates. We're actually counting all the dots of mice on these videos and scaling them.
Are they fast enough to avoid a 4-hour dredge? Because I've never gotten one.
Yeah, they are fast enough. We do catch them, but they're not. It's not a good sampling method.
I've never seen them
come down.
Yeah.
Yeah, they flush them out of the way. So again, this is just telling us that mice are on the bottom at night when we don't expect them to be according to diel vertical migration, and that there can be a lot of them. And so this is one of my favorite figures. This is a figure from Lake Superior from a couple years ago, and just on the y-axis is the length of the mice, and on the x-axis we have the depth, the bottom depth from Lake Superior. So we sampled at 3 different stations from at 50 meters, 150, and 250 meters. And the left panel is during the day, and the right panel is at night. And what you can essentially see is that the purple is the sizes of mice we caught on the bottom with our benthic sled. And the light green boxes are the mice we caught in the water column with our nets. And what you can see is that regardless of day or night, and regardless of depth, the mice on the bottom are always bigger than the mice up in the water column. And so when we sample only at night, which is what historically we have done with nets in the plastic zone, we're actually missing a lot of mice that are on the bottom, and that these are the big ones. So a lot of mass there, and also they tend to be big females, which are the ones that are reproducing. And so we're really underestimating how many there are there. So this is just, again, all this is just point out that there's a lot of mice on the bottom, and they tend to be bigger. And this is Lake Superior, but we found this in Lake Champlain. We found this in Lake Ontario. Okay.
Just a quick question. Is that like a subpopulation that they don't make migration, or?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've been trying to figure that out, and I think it's more of the big ones tend, as it's ontogenetic, so as they grow, they tend to not migrate as much. So the question is are the same ones always on the bottom and the same ones always moving, or is it because Tuesday I feel like going up, but now the next day I don't, so it's kind of random. But I think this is more of a shift through their life, that they tend to stay on the bottom more as they get older or bigger. Okay, so now you may be asking yourself, well, this is all great, but why am I saying they're a key to Lake Champlain? Because mice have been here ever since the lake formed. They're glacial relics. They've evolved with all the other things here, and so yes, they're important. But why am I saying they are key? So we're gonna jump track a little bit and go on a different tangent here, but we will come back to mice in the end. So Lake Champlain, we have a lot of disturbances going on, as you all probably are well aware of. So in the 1800s, we had deforestation, a lot of sedimentation coming in the lake. We had all these causeways being built, which we now ride our bikes on, or travel across to the islands. And then, of course, eutrophication started happening too as development came through into the basin. And then, starting in the last 4 decades, we've had a series of biological invasions. We had white perch, we had the zebra mussels, alewife came in and then took off by 2007. And then we had these predatory phytocerans, the spiny water flea and the fishhook flea came in the 2010s. Some of you probably remember the dogs died around the turn of the century, and that was really probably the start of a lot of investigation on cyanobacteria blooms and when things took off. So we have all these things going on, and not that they're all doom and gloom, because in 2015, Ellen found natural recruitment of lake trout. All lake trouts in the lake had fin clips because they're all stocked, and all of a sudden Ellen was finding these 1 to 3 year old lake trout that had all their fins. And it's been a remarkable success story to the point that the states have stopped stocking lake trout because there's so many wild producing lake trout. So it's not all bad, but it's different. It changes. And so here's just a figure from the basin program of the increase in invasive and non-native species that have, some of them have come into the basin. And you can see the usual suspects, the zebra mussels, the water chestnut, alewife, and spiny water flea. And so it continues. What we're going to talk about next is the quagga mussels. So these are the cousins of the zebra mussels. They're not here yet, but they probably will be very soon in our lifetime, certainly, I would guess. And so this is something we're worried about, we're looking at. And the reason is so we have zebra mussels. There's been some water clarity improvement, but they haven't like devastated the system. They're kind of limited to the shoreline, and so we haven't seen a huge impact of zebra mussels. But the quaggas are going to be different, most likely, from our Great Lakes experience. Here is the zebra mussels in the Great Lakes from the mid 1990s when they were first discovered. You can see that Lake Michigan. You can see them around the edges. In 2000, they spread around the edges. But then we start seeing them decrease in 2005. And by 2010, you can't hardly find them. And that's because the quagga mussels came in over this period. And you can see quagga mussels rapidly expanded. And not only did they rapidly expand it, but you can see in the far right that they covered the entire bottom of Lake Michigan. So this is down to 200 to 300 meters. Quagga mussels can obviously colonize deeper waters. They have a stronger filtering capability. They're larger and they can outcompete zebra mussels. They can live on soft sediment as well as hard sediment, whereas zebra mussels are more limited to more rocky substrates. And so this is bad news if we're thinking about quagga mussels coming to Lake Champlain, because we're only 120 meters here. So with that, in the Great Lakes, remarkably cleared up the water. If you like clear water, the quagga mussels is your answer to that. But in addition to clear water, there's a cost that comes with that. And this is a graph of the spring bloom, the phytoplankton, so the base of the food web in the spring in Lake Michigan. And you can see prior to quaggas and prior to zebra mussels, you know, that production in terms of carbon per square meter per day was up around 1,000 milligrams of carbon. And over time, you can see into the 2000s, that decreased by almost 80%. And so with that water clarity comes they're shunting out nutrients, they're shunting out phytoplankton from the water column and basically moving that to the bottom of to the lake bottom into the nearshore areas. And so these impacts propagate up the food web. And so again, here's a figure of the development of quagga mussels from 2000 to 2010. And then here's what happened to these benthic invertebrates, dipryid. They're an amphipard. That's my Boston accent coming in, amphipod. I can't hide my roots sometimes. So this was incredibly important food for fish. And you can see that they have declined remarkably over the same time period. Hasn't been exactly, you know, it hasn't been exactly determined that it was quagga mussels, but the association is so strong that it's not good news for them. And so what this has impacted is whitefish relied on amphipods, on dipraia. And so what you can see is the commercial catch drastically decreased over this time period in Lake Michigan and Lake Huron, reflecting the decrease in the populations. And you can see what happens when the food source goes away. So here's a healthy lake whitefish. This is what you would hope to see, kind of a humpback shape. But once the food goes away, and this is illustrative of what's been going on in all the Great Lakes except Lake Superior with the fishery. So this is alarming. And in Lake Champlain, we have zebra mussels, obviously, but we have quagga mussels to the north and to the south of us. So it's probably just a matter of time before we see them here. We have great stewardship programs and boat checking, but you know, if you take enough swings at a 90-mile-per-hour fastball, you don't play baseball, you're bound to hit it once. And so in these next couple slides, I just want to focus on, we did work in the main lake here and also in the Northeast Arm. So I just want to give reference to that. And so in Lake Champlain, we have a fairly simple food web in the main lake. Of course, we have phytoplankton, which zooplankton feed on. Mysis and fish species feed on the zooplankton. The mysis are eating the phytoplankton, the zooplankton, the detritus, and also benthic invertebrates. In turn, the mysis are fed upon by smelt and a little bit by alewife and sculpin. And then these three species are fed on by lake trout. So it's pretty simple. And so we went out and we quantified this in the main lake in the Northeast Arm to get an idea of how much of food's eating who. And so for alewife, what we can see is that in the main lake, small and large alewife here in the main lake, they're eating primarily zooplankton, which is not surprising. They eat a little bit of mysis. And then in the Northeast Arm, they're again eating mostly zooplankton, but they do eat some amphipods, and then also other benthic invertebrates in the Northeast Arm. And what we did is we tried to trace where the energy came from ultimately for these food sources for alewife. And what we found is that in the main lake, that the food source ultimately came from both phytoplankton throughout the year, but also the spring bloom. So when the massive spring bloom comes in, and the same picture in the Northeast Arm. So the alewife are really dependent on spring blooms and epiglyptic phytoplankton throughout the year. And then we did the same thing for smelt and sculpin. And what we can see is for smelt, they eat a variety of things, eat a lot of more mysis, and also zooplankton when they're small in the main lake. And then they eat a lot of fish and mysis when they're bigger in the main lake. And then they eat other things, fish, zooplankton, and amphipods, benthic invertebrates in the Northeast Arm. There are no mysis in the Northeast Arm, so that's a big difference. And if you look at the sources in the main lake, almost half of their energy is coming from detritus and half of it from the spring bloom. And in the Northeast Arm, a little bit from detritus, but a lot of it from just phytoplankton. And then if we look at sculpin, in the main lake, they are eating all mysis. And then in the Northeast Arm, they're eating a mixture of amphipods, other benthic invertebrates, and a little bit of zooplankton. And again, for sculpin, half their energy sources coming from detritus and half from the spring bloom. And in the Northeast Arm, it's mostly from phytoplankton. So that energy is getting down to the sculpin. Okay, so for mysis, they are, we have this figure early in the season and late in the season. We have small and large mysis. For the most part, they're eating overall about 50% zooplankton, slightly less than 50% of their energy comes from detritus, and then a little bit in the main lake from the phytoplankton. And so we did all this to try to quantify who's eating who, and then we're trying to pair that up with what we can expect when quagga mussels get here. So we know that when quagga mussels get here, they're probably going to colonize all the depths of Lake Champlain. They tend to colonize deeper water first and then move into shallow. We should see water clarity increasing and also a decline in pelagic primary production. And again, this is alarming because the alewife, as I showed, alewife and smelt are relying on that base of the food web. And then by them shunting that energy to the bottom, it may not be available to these pelagic fishes on which like lake trout and salmon rely on. And so constructing all this together into a figure, what we have here is, so this is our current configuration. We have a spring bloom, which in the main lake tends to feed the zooplankton, on which the alewife feed on, and the mysis. The phytoplankton throughout the rest of the year tend to feed a little bit to zooplankton, and also go a little bit to the zebra mussels. But we have this deep chlorophyll layer, again, this thick concentration of deeper food, which tends to fuel the zooplankton quite a bit in the main lake. And also supports mysis, and then the mysis again supports the sculpin, the smelt, and a little bit of alewife, and all this goes to lake trout. And so this is the way it is, and here's our projection of what's going to happen once quaggas get in. We know that they will suck up a lot of the energy and nutrients that go to the spring bloom, so that source is going to be gone for the most part. And then, so that's going to have a negative effect on zooplankton, which relied on the spring bloom. And so all these connections are in doubt. We have a less of a deep chlorophyll layer because the mussels will take that out because it's in that part of the water column, which they'll have access to. And so the real key point here, getting back to the original question about mysis is key. The mysis is really the only thing in the food web in the mid-trophic level area that's going to be able to utilize these benthic resources. And so can they utilize more of it, more than they have been using? Can then sculpin take more advantage of that also in terms of feeding on mysis, but also feeding on, we tend to see more invertebrates with quaggas and with zebra mussels. And so the sculpins may also increase. And so really the connection for lake trout is going to be, can mysis support these pelagic fishes by being that trophic connection with this changing in the energy pathway? And can lake trout maybe incorporate more sculpin into their diet? Right now, they're heavily relying on alewife. And so that's the key message here in terms of forecasting potentially what will happen in the future and how mysis may serve as a key conduit of energy in a reconfigured food web. And so I'm just leaving off this idea from a lot of this paper where a lot of this was published. Basically, the adaptive capacity of mysis to move between habitats and to make use of resources, they're going to probably be the ones that are going to make or break the resilience of Lake Superior to support these large predatory fish like lake trout that we rely on now as that vector of energy coming from a different place in the lake. So that's what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mysis in the northeast arm, and like, does that through the South Lake into the depth?
Yeah.
And what depth would you find them at?
Well, the northeast arm is deep enough, but because it's warmer and it's more productive, it's they're getting they've been squeezed out, or they were squeezed out because the bottom goes anoxic or close to anoxic in the summertime. So mysis can't survive in that. So if they were there, they'd have to rise up to get oxygen, and then they're becoming more susceptible to visual predators. So they're kind of getting squeezed.
Is that true in the South Lake also?
South Lake also, yes.
And what would be the depth of other lakes in the state of Vermont that you would expect to see them?
50 meters or greater, so 150 feet. So they're in Memphremagog, and they may be in a couple other lakes.
Can you talk a little about the reproduction of the fauna mussel? What's key to?
So Ellen here is probably our expert and Declan on this. They need calcium to grow their shells, so that's kind of a limiting factor. So
They need more or less than the zebras?
probably the same thing. So Missisquoi Bay is, if I understand correctly, is low in calcium. So that might be ironically, that might be the place where we could use more water clarity. But that might be limiting their spread up there. But in terms of, they produce pelagic larvae, veligers, and so when they just up into the water column, the currents take them and then they settle down, so they can get around pretty good. And as I said, they can settle on soft sediment or hard sediments. They can settle on top of zebra mussels. So their dispersal capabilities are great.
Interesting, before zebra mussels got to the Mephistoid, people said the same thing. They said, well, there's not enough calcium and once more zebra mussels. But they're producing 1 million babies a year. Some mutant is going to find a way around the calcium.
Soft shell zebra mussels.
Yeah, they are kind of, the shell is not good enough.
Hi, I'm interested in the cyanobacteria and how, if that has any effect on this food web that you're talking about, either as being part of it or because of its ability to, cover the water and keep sun from coming through.
I'll take a stab at it. So if we get quaggas in here, they're going to be taking out nutrients and filtering out the phytoplankton. So there may be less nutrients for cyanobacteria to kind of spin out of control. But I believe that the quaggas can they selectively remove cyanobacteria? I'm looking to Ellen. Yeah. So they can also concentrate toxins in them if they do take it in. Do you want to add to that? I'm kind of out of my depth a little bit here. So
You're much deeper than I am, right? They will tend not to filter when there's a lot of cyanobacteria because they don't want that poison, so they'll just shut down for a while. They'll accumulate cadmium and other human toxins, but I don't think they accumulate microcystin.
can shut down. So the cyanobacteria are seasonal. The mussels are there year round and they'll just be filtering out. And so they'll be sequestering a lot of the nutrients to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
This brings other problems because the water becomes more clear. All those nutrients in the feces of zebra mussels tend to bring about Cladophora in the Great Lakes. So Cladophora are just another nuisance algae that's more littoral and it smells and it's not good. So the problem just may be shifting into different types of aquatic nuisance species.
I'm just wondering if you've done any, or if anyone has done any studies on the chemical pollutants in the Great Lakes and the disruption of the bottom of the food chain there.
I can't speak to that. I'm sure people have.
Mhm.
And again, maybe they've said they're accumulating different toxins.
Right.
And that's a different thing because if we have so Rongobies is another invasive species I haven't talked about. They will eat hog mussels and zebra mussels. They could be concentrated. Rongobies are great smallmouth bass food. So Lake Erie, the bass are getting big, but again, transferring that contaminant pathway to more concentrated, so you might see more contamination in the.
Just wondering if it was destroying the bottom of the food chain,
In terms of phytoplankton
phytoplankton or the zooplankton.
or the zooplankton, yeah. So by removing the pelagic production, it will propagate up, and so with the whitefish example I gave, so the whitefish lost their diet-prior food base, but on the flip side, when the larval fish of the whitefish come out, there's been less spring blooms and less. A hypothesis is that there's less zooplankton available for the small fish, and so they may starve. They may not get enough food to grow, and so that's kind of not only the adults not get enough to eat, the young may not have enough food when they hatch out. So,
Thank you.
Yes, can you comment on the recent studies that showed that mercury levels were increased in fish? Or at least that was correlated with presence of zebra mussels in this. Has that also been observed for quagga mussels?
In my head, I'm thinking, oh, it's probably bioaccumulation going on in the food web and it's getting concentrated and getting transferred up more efficiently. It's what's going in my head, but in terms of knowing the mechanisms exactly. Kelly.
Do you think there's anything that could cause the mice to crash similar to what happened in Chicago?
Yeah, so one thing, if there's less zooplankton around, then the fish are looking for something to eat, so they may just shift their focus more to mysis than they have in the past, and that's been one of the things that's been shown a little bit in the Great Lakes is that once the dive went away, the fish tended to focus a little bit more on mysis, which then puts pressure on the mysis. I think in Tahoe, they don't know exactly what happened. There were a bunch of hypotheses in terms of like maybe there was a disease that went through, some sort of parasite, but they haven't figured that out yet. With increasing water clarity, it's going to push the mysis deeper. And, you know, we see them off the bottom of deep water now, but maybe that will go, they'll be pushed further down. And again, maybe not be as accessible to things like smelt.
Is mysis in other Vermont lakes?
It's in Memphremagog, and that's the only other one that I know of off the top of my head. You know, there was a thesis from the 1970s, and they were evaluating other lakes like I'm going to forget some of the other big lakes in the state. Willoughby, yeah, they were thinking about like, oh, if we put mysis in these other lakes, can they live? They didn't do that, but Willoughby was one of the lakes that was mentioned. But Memphremagog's the only other lake that I know with mysis.
Are mysis used as fish bait?
No, not used as fish bait, but they have in Idaho in the Coudray, they were trying to harvest them for like aquarium food, like as fish food, dried fish.
I feed my guppies mysis shrimp.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So thank you so much,
Yeah, thank you
Jason.
very much.
So our next speaker is Izzy Anderson, and Izzy is the environmental scientist in the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation and the Lakes and Ponds Program. Lizzie. Okay, welcome.
Go forward.
And then it's the laser. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Izzy or Isabel Anderson. I know a lot of you all in the room already, so super excited to see you all and also some new faces. So just a little bit of background about me. I work for the Vermont DEC in the Lakes program, and right now I'm in the invasive species section. But for my time there, I spent 2 summers pretty much exclusively doing aquatic plant surveys on our Vermont inland lakes. So I spent a lot of time with these plants and I love them. They are so exciting. And this is not going to be a super technical presentation. Really, my goal is to just show you all some plants that I think are so amazing and that you should think are amazing too. And I really only have 20 minutes, so I have to sort of do a speed round through these. So again, we're kind of just going to be skimming the surface, but that's okay. You know, it's really just to show you how many amazing plants we have in Vermont. So just a little bit of background on aquatic plants more generally. You know, when I started doing these IDs, it really is kind of overwhelming because a lot of our plants look really similar to one another. But what I found is you can really start breaking them down into these broader categories. And one of those is, you know, we've got these just very different types: emergent, floating attached, floating unattached, submerged. You know, a cattail is going to look really different from a water lily. And this is just one method that I've sort of used to learn these plants. And we're really going to go over some just higher level characteristics. We're not going to do too much really deep diving into those. A lot of times you need like a microscope to do some of these IDs, but we're really going to focus on these higher level characteristics today. So why do we care about aquatic plants in general? We've already got some speakers today who talked about the food webs and our lake systems. And so I won't spend too much time on this, but plants really are such an integral part of those systems that we've been talking about. We've talked about those food webs, and plants are a huge part of that. They're one of our primary producers, and they're creating a food source for so many organisms. They're providing habitat to those organisms as well. Just a couple more benefits. These are only a few of many, but their roots can stabilize our shorelines, prevent erosion. They also create that detritus that we heard about earlier today. It's almost like that leaf litter on the bottom of a lake. They oxygenate our water bodies. That's photosynthesis there. And a lot of them even have these flowers that extend above the surface of the water, and they support our pollinating insect population. And I wanted to just put this picture of a loon here because that's a lot of times what we think of when we think of our lakes. We think of these really charismatic wildlife. And these organisms would not be able to exist on our lakes unless we had a fully functional, healthy ecosystem. And plants are a huge part of that. So the structure of this presentation, we're going to do a deep dive into a few species, and then we've got a bit of a lightning round at the end where I'm just kind of breeze through a bunch. Because again, I could talk about plants for way longer than 20 minutes. This is going to be a challenge for me. So we're just going to, try and go through a lot of content here. Just a quick note about, we have the scientific and the common names up on all of these slides. A lot of times the scientific names kind of sound a little bit overwhelming, but I think they're totally worth learning if you have the time and if you're interested. A lot of times plants will have multiple common names, and so it can get a little bit confusing. But each species has one scientific name. And so you really know what you're talking about when you're doing those IDs and you're using those. But again, I have the scientific and the common up on these slides, but I'll mostly be referring to the scientific. So Sagittaria latifolia, or common arrowhead, is one of our emergent plants. And you can really identify this from its characteristic leaves. But something you have to keep in mind is that these leaves are super variable. So in this picture here, all of those leaves are from the same species, even though they look pretty different. That width is really variable there. But they all have these palmate leaves. Their vein or their structure lines are all originating from, here I can try and use this pointer, from the center point here. If you think like a maple leaf has those really structural ribs almost. And they also have a really characteristic white flower that's arranged in whorls of 3. And when we say whorls, that essentially just means spokes on a wheel. So you can see they're all sort of in the same plane here. And these are very common. They're documented in over 70 Vermont lakes. And they're probably in a lot more lakes that we just don't have a very specific record for. But this is just where we have them documented through our plant surveys with the DEC. And one really cool fact about Sagittaria is that it is actually an edible plant. If you dig down into the soil, you'll see these tubers. It's a storage organ for the plant. It stores sugar and starches. And if you dig down, about a foot into the soil here, you will actually be able to find it. And it's similar to a potato. Not entirely the same. It has, some people describe it as having a slight grapefruit aroma, which I thought was interesting. But, the taste is described as being that of potatoes mixed with almost a sweet corn. And I was doing a little bit of research, and there's someone who turns them into hash browns. So you can see they did some shredding up and made it into hash browns. Based off of the process this person was describing, this sounds very tedious. You have to dig pretty deep into the mud, and they have this really thick husk that's pretty hard to get through. So it's a lot of work. I don't know if I would personally be making these hash browns, but it's definitely something that you could do if you wanted. And this is just a distribution of where we have those records across the state. So you can see it's pretty broad distribution. And this map is available on our website. We have the link right here. We can also give that to you all. This was developed by our colleague, Leslie Matthews. And this map, I just have a picture of the map here, but there is a list that goes along with this, and each point is correspondent to a lake in the state. And you can find the lakes on that list if you can see if this plant is in the lake near you, or if you really want to go find it yourself, you can hunt it down with that list. So our next species is Brezenia shrubberii, or water shield, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this plant because it does have some really, really characteristic features. So it's got, you know, those pellate oval leaves. This is really distinct. It's got that stem connecting right in the middle and this really distinct coloring. It's bright green and then red on the bottom. It has this really distinct flower here, which is beautiful. You know, I see that all the time on our lakes. It's really tiny. I think it gets to a maximum of 2 centimeters in diameter, but a lot of times it's even smaller. And the most characteristic part of this plant is probably the slime that covers all underwater parts of this plant. And you can see it a little bit in this photo here and in the diagram, that sort of, you know, that outline there is going to be that slime, and we'll explain a little bit more about this on our next slide. So the slime, this is really, really crazy to see out on a lake. It used to, honestly, I kind of hated this plant because I was really grossed out by it. I would touch it and I would just be like, oh my gosh, what is going on? But the more time I've spent with it, the more it has grown on me, and I actually have really come around to it. I think it's super cool. It's got almost like a jello texture. It really holds its shape very well, but it's not sticky. And it prevents the plant from drying out during drought conditions. And it also may prevent from mammal predation. But again, it's just underwater. So you can see, we do see, and even just anecdotally, I see this all the time, of these insect feeding lines on the surface of the leaves. And again, there's no slime on this part that's above the surface of the water. It's really only underwater that we're seeing this. So the next really interesting part about this plant is its flowers are super characteristic, which I knew they were just from seeing them out on our lakes, but the more research I was doing into this, the more intrigued I was because they really have an interesting life cycle. So these flowers develop underwater. You can see here's a bud. It's covered in that slime again. It's developing. And they actually only emerge from the water and bloom for 2 days. So that was shocking to me when I found that out, because every time I've seen this plant, especially in the late summer when the bloom is happening, you see so many flowers. And I just always assumed that they were out for the season, but really each individual flower is only there for 2 days. So the way that cycle works is on the first day, and we actually have 2 pictures. This is going to be the day 1 flower, and this is the day 2, and you can see they actually do have some differences there. So on the first day, the pistils, or the female reproductive organ, is going to be present, and that's these stalks right here. So that's the organ that's receiving pollen from other flowers. Then overnight, the flowers close up, resubmerge below the water, and then on the second day, they reemerge and they have their anthers. That's the male reproductive organ emerged, and that's the organ that's putting pollen out into the ecosystem and cross-pollinating. So in this way, the flowers avoid their self-pollination. They're really able to isolate those 2 mechanisms and successfully cross-pollinate. And then after the second day, the flower has received its pollen, it's put its pollen out for other flowers, it's pollinated, and it retreats back below the water surface, and the seeds, the fruit, is below the water. And so here's a map of that distribution. Again, we have that in lots of lakes. It's very common, and it's pretty widely distributed in the state. So the next plant, this is our first fully submerged plant of this presentation, Utricularia macrorrhiza, or common bladderwort. And I think a lot of you may know this plant as well because it also has really unique characteristics. We'll just sort of go over those visual characteristics first. You know, it's got this really distinct yellow flower that emerges from the water. It doesn't have a root system. It's just floating in the water column. So that's how when it floats close to the surface, the flower can emerge above. It's got these really distinct little bladders. You can see those tiny little spots. And we have a lot of native utricularias in Vermont, but this is definitely the most robust. It's really got that feathery structure. You can see it's pretty densely vegetated, especially here at the tip. And we'll actually have another utricularia later in this presentation, and you can sort of keep this in mind and contrast it in terms of how robust this plant really is. It's really common in over 130 Vermont lakes, hence the name common bladderwort. And this plant, I'm about to show you a crazy fact. Maybe some of you already know this, but this is a carnivorous plant. Crazy. That is crazy. I think probably the closest analogy that most people would know would be a Venus flytrap. It's got, so the way that this plant functions, these little bladders, each one of them functions almost as a tiny little vacuum. So there's a trap door here that is sealed most of the time, and this is a vacuum condition because of that. And there's a sugary substance that the plant creates right around the trap door and these little trigger hairs. So when a microorganism stops by, those trigger hairs move a little bit, the trapdoor seal is broken, the vacuum seal is broken, and the prey is sucked into the bladder. And this happens so fast. This whole process happens in 1/460th of a second. This plant moves at almost 3 times the speed of sound. And we're gonna see, here's a little video of this happening. You have to look really, really closely because it's almost impossible to see. It happens so fast, but there's a little zooplankton stuck in the bladder there, and they don't die immediately, they suffocate or they starve, so they're gonna be moving around in there for a little bit. You can see it's trying to get out, but, and here, if you watch really, really closely, there we go. It happens so quickly.
Is it a fixed trapdoor location or any surface?
It's just here. I can go back to this slide. Oh, no button. The trap door is right down here. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, this is also really common. You can see it. We've got a lot of lakes up in the Northeast Kingdom. If you find this plant and you pull it out of the water, you'll hear a sound almost like Rice Krispies when the milk hits. And that's those bladders, those little vacuum seals breaking because it's no longer in the water. Okay, so we're gonna move into our lightning round. I don't know how I'm doing on time, but I'm probably going over. When I was practicing this presentation, I was pretty consistently going way over. Because I could talk about plants forever. So I'm gonna try and breeze through a few of these. We're just gonna hit on those really, really distinct characteristics. So the first plant we'll talk about is common duckweed or Lemna minor. That's the plant in this picture here. And a lot of people kind of get annoyed with this plant because it does sort of stick to everything it touches. You know, if you are a kayaker or you go swimming, you'll probably find this on yourself when you leave the lake if you're seeing it. But if you zoom in, I think it's actually such an interesting plant. It's so tiny. You can see the scale right here. And it's just got this one root coming down from the center, maximum of 8 millimeters in diameter. And something, you know, we talk about all these benefits that plants are providing for our ecosystems. One benefit that this provides to us is that a lot of times we'll see it in still or standing water, and it can actually prevent mosquito reproduction, just because it does such a good job of coating that surface. So we don't have as many documentations of this plant, but we have it in over 50 lakes. Here's that map, again, pretty spread out. Next plant we have is Eriocolon aquaticum, or common pipewort. For a long time, this was my favorite plant, and to be completely honest, I don't completely know why. I just sort of have always been drawn to it. It's not really one specific reason, especially because it really is pretty inconspicuous, especially when the flowers aren't up. So a lot of the time, you won't even see these really distinct button sort of flowers. You can see them in this picture rising above the surface of the water, but a lot of time you will only be seeing these basal leaf structures. And you can see that here, they're really pretty tiny. one of the ways that I like to identify this is, when I was learning my plants, I was doing these plant surveys, and the nature of that is that you're pulling the whole plant up on a rake. I wouldn't recommend doing that in your lake, but the way that we were doing our plant IDs, we were pulling up the whole plant and we were seeing these root systems, which here it has a really distinct septate root. Those horizontal lines are very visible and really characteristic of this plant. This is also very common. We have it documented in over 100 Vermont lakes. And here's that map again, really wide distribution. Okay, another Utricularia. I promised we would have another one in these slides. So here we go. This one is definitely different from what we were looking at earlier. If you look at the structure of this plant, the bladders and the leaves are on two very different stems. So the bladders are on this almost transparent stem. There's no pigment, and the leaves are on this more robust. You can see this is a really nice illustration here of just how those structures are so different from one another. And this can be a little bit tricky because if you don't pull the whole plant, if you're not looking at the whole plant, you might not know what you're looking at. You really need to have the stems with the leaves and the bladders to make an identification. And this is not so common compared to some of the other species we've looked at. We have it only in about 30 lakes. That's where we have it documented. And so you can see that distribution here, a bunch in the Northeast Kingdom and southern Lake Champlain area. And the next plant we have is Valsinaria americana. And last time I checked, this is Kelly's favorite plant. Also known as American eelgrass or wild celery. It's a beautiful bright green color. You can see this picture was a really nice coloration, I thought, to just show how neon green it can really get. Sometimes later in the season, it can get a little bit scuzzy, but when it's in its prime, it really is that beautiful color. And it has these really distinct visible lateral veins. So these lines are visible when you're looking at the plant just with your naked eye. And this has another really distinct flower. It's another one where if you were just seeing the flower or just seeing the leaves, you might not know that these are the same plant. They're just so distinct from one another. It's got this tiny little flower up here that rises and lowers to the surface of the water from the stem, which coils up. That's its mechanism to rise and lower. And you'll see sometimes these can get really coiled, really curly cute, like a spring. And this is also very common. We have it documented in over 100 Vermont lakes. Here's that map again. Yeah, and this one you can see really wide distribution. And our last plant, just seeing my timing over there. So our last plant that we'll be talking about is Potamogeton robinsiae, robin's pondweed. And last time I checked, this was Leslie's favorite plant. She was the other person I was doing a lot of these plant surveys with. And this, I would have missed a huge category of plants if I didn't put a Potamogeton up on here because we have so many of them. And a lot of them are really, really hard to identify. A lot of them, you need to be taking that identification book, looking for nodal glands. You need your microscope. You're peeling back the leaves to look at that cross section. But Potamogeton robinsiae is really distinct. It has this leaf structure, these stiff, flat, alternate leaves that really there's nothing else, I think, that looks quite like this. And it can form these really dense colonies of up to 1,000 plants per meter squared. So sometimes when you're just looking out at the lake bed, if you see this growth habit, that's a pretty good sign, there's just a forest of these plants sometimes. This is also pretty common. We have it in over 80 Vermont lakes. Here's that map. A lot in the north and even there in the Lake Champlain Basin. And so again, this presentation was just skimming the surface of plant identification. We really were just touching on only a few of our many, many, many native aquatic plants. But if this is something you're interested in, I would totally recommend these guides. It's really nice to have them out in the field with you. If you see a plant, you can try and make these identifications yourself. And there's a couple options that I put up on the slides that I really like to use, but I use them for different purposes. So this first book, Aquatic and Wetland Plants of Northeastern North America, this is a textbook. This is a very high reading level, but it's worth it because it has these amazing pictures. that are really helpful with those identifications. They're so detailed, and it's got a lot of really fine print that's going to help you make those higher level species identifications. And this is also a really handy book to just bring out in the field because it has these really amazing pictures and descriptions. It's definitely not as detailed, but you can get some really good identifications from this book. And it does say aquatic plants of the upper Midwest, but we have a lot of overlap with them. So most of the plants that you'll see out in your lakes will be in this book. It's super handy to have. And these are my references. And any questions?
Big presentation. I was wondering if the Brasinia has the same technique as the Vallisneria for getting the flowers to come down overnight and go up. Does it coil?
No, that one doesn't coil. It more just like flops over.
Oh, okay.
When it's growing, it sort of just extends its stem straight up, but then when it's just spending the night underwater, those flowers will basically just kind of flop over.
Huh. Okay. And then they come up again. Amazing. Thank you.
Just a comment, you have 101 stories right there. The outside story is crying for someone like you. You could write any one of those as a cool story.
It's a topic that I get so jazzed about, and my goal today was not to be a technical presentation. My goal was just to get all of you excited. So, yeah.
But you beautifully translate the technical information for someone like me to understand, and I appreciate that, and that's what's needed in the newspaper.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, this question is, would you be
So we actually have on our website a whole page about this. We have our emails posted, and there's even a form that you can fill out where if you have a plant you have questions about, you can send us an email. There are specific ways we ask you to take the photos of those plants because a lot of times, there are these really specific things we're looking for when we do identifications. So I don't really have any pictures of what those sort of identifying photos would be, but if you go to our website, there are instructions for how to get in contact with us on that.
you do field work?
I do field work. Yeah, I used to work in our monitoring program and I did a lot of plant surveys with them. And right now I'm with the invasive species section. So in the summer, I'm out mostly on Lake Champlain.
Brilliant. Any other questions? Anything in the chat? Okay, great. Thank you so much. And continuing, we have Kelly Merrill coming up, just working her way up here.
Kelly is also in Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation and Lakes and Pond Program. She's the aquatic ecologist. And her main area that she works on is the inland lake monitoring. So Kelly.
Well, unlike everybody else, I'm going to use prompts. So I need to see my notes because if I go off script, we're going to be here for the rest of the day.
Change to go down.
Yeah.
I need to go back.
Okay. Okay, super. Thank you. So I realized that as I had the coughing fit earlier here today and had to leave the room, that one of the common things that Leslie used to do was have uncontrolled coughing fits in the middle of talk when other people were talking. And I thought, well, when she passed away, she left me that. So I'm here doing that representation. Hopefully I can do as good a job as she would on a presentation as well. So for those who don't know me, I'm Kelly Merrill. I'm an aquatic ecologist with the Vermont's Lakes and Ponds Management and Protection Program. And I've had the great privilege of monitoring Vermont's inland lakes for compliance with the Clean Water Act since 2001. And I'm excited to share with you today the work that we've been doing to develop biocriteria for use in those determinations. The primary goal of the United States Clean Water Act is to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters. Now, this is a very aspirational goal, and we have spent much of the first 50 years of implementation of the Clean Water Act focusing on the chemical and physical integrity of our lakes. And we are now finally attempting to develop protocols to assess the biological integrity of our lakes as well. The 2022 Vermont Water Quality Standards, which outlines how Vermont is applying the Clean Water Act to its waters, defines biological integrity as the ability of a body of water to support and maintain a community of organisms that has the expected species composition, diversity, and functional organization comparable to that of water in its natural condition. So functional traits could be like what Declan was talking about, where you had some of those macroinvertebrates he was talking about are called shredders, because that's one of the functions they serve in the ecosystem. Well, we spent much of the last 50 years monitoring the chemical and physical integrity of our lakes. According to the 2002 US EPA fact sheet on biological assessment and criteria, the true health of our aquatic environment is reflected by the biological communities that reside within them. End quote. So I'm a big fan of this nation's expert lawyer on Clean Water Act, Robert Adler. He's now retired, but in 2013, he wrote a paper in the Washington Law Review entitled The Decline and Possible Renewal of Aspiration in the Clean Water Act. In it, he posits that, quote, biological water quality criteria, or biocriteria, have both theoretical and practical advantages in implementing the fundamental statutory aspiration to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters. So Adler continues that unlike other forms of water quality criteria, which describe what is bad, or those characteristics of water bodies we want to avoid, biocriteria describe more precisely and scientifically the characteristics of ecosystem health we aspire to achieve. So I think this is a very good point about biocriteria and about the concept of biological integrity as a whole, where one might argue it is not as easy to measure as chemical or physical integrity. Communicating the aspiration to achieve excellent or good biological integrity seems much more intuitive. So for those of you that don't live and breathe biocriteria and the Clean Water Act, let me take a step back and put it into context for you. Using Adler, his description in his 2013 paper, and using Vermont's water quality standards. So Vermont's water quality standards are made up of the following 8 designated uses: aquatic biota and wildlife, aquatic habitat, aesthetic enjoyment, boating and recreational use, fishing use, swimming use, public drinking water use, and irrigation use. The water quality criteria define the conditions necessary to support and protect those uses. You may hear the term fishable and swimmable bantered about, and those are the minimum uses prescribed in the Clean Water Act, Section 101. And the water quality standards also describe anti-degradation requirements, which I'm not going to touch on here, but many of you are familiar with that. There are different forms of water quality criteria that states use to protect and assess whether the designated uses are being met. So narrative criteria provide a general statement and or description for the expectations of a water body, and it can sometimes include or be linked to quantifiable thresholds. Narrative criteria are useful in their legal flexibility in their interpretation, but as such also can be difficult to determine what evidence makes it clear if the more vague narrative style criteria are being met. The biocriteria in the current Vermont water quality standards is narrative and is different depending on the class of water. It's focused on the macroinvertebrate and fish communities and streams for the most part. So for class A1 streams, which are Vermont's highest quality streams, the criteria is that measures of biological integrity for aquatic macroinvertebrates and fish assemblages are consistent with waters in their natural condition. For class A2 streams, which are drinking water sources, and for class B2 streams, the narrative biological criteria is that change from the natural condition for aquatic macroinvertebrate and fish assemblages not exceeding moderate changes in the relative proportions of taxonomic, functional, tolerant, and intolerant aquatic organisms. So that's a mouthful. States, including Vermont, also use numeric criteria, which are specific quantitative indicators of a desired condition. Since numeric criteria establishes measurable thresholds, it's easier to enforce than narrative criteria. But the clear line of a numeric criteria has some disadvantages. Non-biological criteria typically only address one pollutant at a time, and so may be very limited in the impaired waters they identify. They might also result in a listing of waters that, while technically exceeding the criterion, other factors indicate that that water might be within its natural range of that water body's particular natural state. For instance, in Vermont, we have a numeric criteria for aesthetic enjoyment used. It's called the nutrient criteria. And while we have numeric criteria in our water quality standards for aesthetic enjoyment use, which holds different classes of lakes to different thresholds of phosphorus, we don't have numeric criteria for aquatic biota and wildlife use yet. According to Adler, none of these forms of water quality criteria, narrative and numeric, even when taken together, address the full aspiration of the Clean Water Act to restore the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters. That requires a more holistic assessment of overall ecosystem health, by which is why our now retired aquatic entomologist Steve Fisk would like to put it, the bugs never lie. So according to the 2011 EPA primer on using biological assessments to support water quality, which you should all have as your bedside reading, biological assessments can be used to directly measure the overall biological integrity of an aquatic community and the synergistic effects of stressors on the aquatic biota residing in the water body where they are well-developed biological assessment programs. So this increases the likelihood of detecting the effects of episodic events like spills or dumping, treatment plant malfunctions, like toxic non-point source pollution, such as agricultural pesticides, like cumulative pollution, like multiple impacts over time, or continuous low-level stress. Non-toxic mechanisms of impact can be detected like trophic structure changes to the nutrient enrichment or other impacts that periodic sampling might not detect. Or as Declan said earlier in his talk, if an organism is in that's part of the stream and is living there, that's a good sign, and they don't know what's going to be downstream of them in terms of water quality, why they're trying to stick around. But the fact that they're present is a good sign that they're responding to all of these stressors that are happening to that particular water body. So macrovertebrates, fish, and phytopharan communities, which are the algae that grows on rocks, have been used to directly measure whether aquatic life use is being met in streams. However, we lack biocriteria for lakes. So in 2010, in Vermont, we began sampling biological communities in Vermont's lakes. And so in 2010, we started with collecting diatoms, sediment diatoms that have settled to the bottom of the lake. And I think in that one graphic that Declan had of the different bars of in the sediment that accumulate year after year, you can go back in time and look back in time to see what diatoms or phytoplankton were living in a lake historically and compare it to what's living there now. It's a really amazing way of seeing how much has that lake changed since indigenous times, and what can we expect to manage towards in the future. So we've now got about roughly 150 lakes worth of samples, and they've been pooled with samples from lakes across the Northeast to become part of a 900 lake data set that's being used to develop biocriteria, not only for Vermont, for the region as a whole, using the sediment diatom. And this was in 2017, we had about 87 lakes that we'd already done the diatoms on, and we used this metric that was developed from the National Lake Assessment and published by Jan Stevenson, I think in 2014 or something like that. And we plugged just this one-time visit. We took the diatoms that we had collected from all these lakes in the state, and we plugged it into the metric. And what did it do? It pulled out the red one at the very end from a one-time visit. That was our impaired lake, tickle naked lake, that took us years and years and years of data to list as impaired. And we got that same result in a one-time visit. So this put us on to, hey, this might be worth continuing to do. So now we have 150 lakes, and we're going to try to refine this index, which was developed for the nation, but we do see that it works well, at least for nutrient pollution. And then on all the lakes that we have taken sediment diatoms, we've done next generation lake assessments, which if you haven't visited our website and looked at our interactive lake, next generation lake assessments, my colleague, Dr. Leslie Matthews, had put together this amazing way of viewing the data we've collected on these inland lakes. So in 2014, we began our macrophyte aquatic point intercept aquatic plant survey. So we have a history in the lakes program of doing aquatic plant surveys that goes back to its inception in the 1970s, and we have some very good records from that. But it was a little bit more qualitative, and we're doing a more quantitative method now that we've copied from Wisconsin DNR. And part of our reason for copying this from DNR is that Alison McCulloch did her PhD on this, and they've since been able to get this into their water quality standards. So, which is our goal to get to that point as well, is to actually get it so that you can use it as a management tool, and we can start to be able to list our lakes as either meeting aquatic biota use or not meeting it. And that's what they're doing. They're also using it for their nutrient assessments as well in their water quality standards. So this map shows the distributions of lakes that we've conducted the point intercept plant surveys on. It doesn't include some 4 additional lakes we conducted surveys on last summer. And you'll notice that we also sampled 9 lakes in the New York side portion of Lake Champlain Basin. We did this as an in-kind support to a grant that Ben Jessup, Ben Block, and Ismar Ismar, I always butcher his name, got from the Lake Champlain Basin program. In 2022, Tetra Tech applied, which is where the 2 Bens and Ismar were. Tetra Tech applied for and received a grant from the Lake Champlain Basin program to build on the data sets that the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation had been collecting and focus in on lakes within the Lake Champlain Basin and develop bioassessment tools. The Vermont and New York Departments of Environmental Conservation have been contributing data and guidance. In addition, myself and my colleagues, Dr. Leslie Matthews, Izzy Anderson, and 6 fabulous interns, Fiona Bishop, Laura O'Brien, Lindsay Papazian, Ren Fortunoff, and Julian McHeth, conducted the point intercept plant surveys on the studied lakes. And the project's purpose is, that was supposed to be the next slide. The project purpose is to develop assessment tools for 3 biological assemblages: littoral macroinvertebrates, sediment diatoms, and aquatic macrophytes. We have also been collecting littoral macroinvertebrates over the years, but the way that we're doing it is just not sustainable. We're doing it site by site, whereas New York has been doing the collections of macroinvertebrates following the National Lake Assessment methods, where they do the 10 random sites around the lake and composite the samples. And so we, for this work with Tetra Tech, are also embracing the New York and National Lake Assessment method of approach for that. So this was, so these are the study lakes that were in the latest grant from the Basin program, and those are these are 40 lakes in, and what Tetra Tech did was determine, classify them as reference lakes or stress lakes, and they had come up with their own way of defining the stressor condition gradient to do that as part of that. I'm going off script. This is part of the problem. Tetra Tech targeted reference and stress lakes and differentiated those with disturbance index that they developed that weights disturbances closer to the lake more heavily. And as I mentioned, Wisconsin has pioneered using the aquatic plants as part of their aquatic life use support assessments for lakes, and they successfully incorporated these assessments into their water quality standards. under both their narrative general criteria and their numeric phosphorus response criteria. Their method was to develop simple thresholds for frequencies of sensitive, moderately tolerant, and tolerant species from point intercept plant surveys. And because of this success, Leslie and I were very interested in seeing how their method might apply to lakes in the Lake Champlain Basin and Vermont. Tetra Tech collected the macroinvertebrates from the littoral zone of those 40 lakes, and that they sampled that we had conducted the plant point intercept surveys on. They used the same approach as I mentioned earlier that New York did, except they sampled 10 sites the way EPA did at the National Lake Assessment Protocol. New York had for some reason gone to 8 sites, and now they're doing 10 sites as well. So Matthew Kraft, who used to work with us, but is now doing my job in New York DEC, presented preliminary indices using the data that New York had collected to date in 2023 at the NAB conference. And Vermont plans to use the same approach as New York so we can share what we learn with each other over time. Although Jeremy Deeds, who also used to work with us, is developing an approach in Maine. And so there's a slight chance we could jump ship and go with Maine, but shh, don't tell New York that yet. So Matthew Kraft demonstrated it was possible to use the macroinvertebrates to categorize lakes as severely impacted, moderately impacted, slightly impacted, and non-impacted using macroinvertebrate index of biological integrity, or the IBI that he and his colleagues at New York DEC had developed. Matthew demonstrated also that lakes are slightly that lakes that are slightly eutrophic may still be in good condition biologically, and showed that lakes that are oligotrophic or mesotrophic can be impacted by other stressors than nutrients and not score well. But lakes that are highly eutrophic and polluted by nutrients are almost always biologically impaired. Oops, sorry. This is what you should have been looking at. So this is where there's spatial distribution of IBI scores, and so different lakes in New York. And then this slide here, you can see that anything above this line is thought to be, could theoretically be meeting New York standards for aquatic life use, and then anything below it are not meeting. And what he's showing here is that even in lakes that are very low in nutrients, like our oligotrophic lakes, you can still have lakes that are going to fail biologically because they have some other kind of stress, whether it's acidification or it's loss of habitat, or it's some sort of chemical or some other pollutant or stressor. Whereas you can have healthy eutrophic lakes that are going to meet aquatic life use support, but if you get really eutrophic, really nutrient enriched here, then you're going to fail biologically. You're not supporting a healthy community anymore. So New York uses the same metrics that EPA and Vermont uses to assess lakeshore and nearshore habitat quality. And so these 4 metrics are ones that were developed by the National Lake Assessment. This is from this is Lake Caspian. This is from the Lake Watershed, the next generation lake assessment interactive tool. So here I have it clicked off on embeddedness, which Declan talked about earlier. You can see how embedded some of these sites are because sediment runoff is probably happening on the near shore. And then you can see what the scores are and where they fall in the good, fair, poor threshold. And so that's also used by New York and Maine and Vermont, that same scoring system. And so what you see here is that over on this slide here, over on this graph, we have lakeshore disturbance. And you can see the more disturbed, if you have a highly disturbed lakeshore, that then your IBI for your bugs is significantly lower than it is for if you have low shoreline development. So the shoreline development is impacting the macroinvertebrate community that lives on this lake. And the same goes for this other, this physical habitat complexity, which is a combination of the health of the lakeshore and the shallow water habitat combined. And so you can see that in New York's analysis, they found that lakes with poor lake physical shoreline, physical habitat complexity, you had significantly, or you had much less lower biotic integrity than you did at the ones that scored good. So that's just one example. These are all preliminary. This is what I was just mentioning that for the sediment diatoms, you know, we did this, we plugged in the lakes we had, we got excited about the national metric working, but now these are the 900 lakes that also have been harmonized to the same taxonomy for diatoms to develop an index for the whole region. So the Tetra Tech project is basically in task 7 right now, and it's due to be reported out on December 31st. It's my birthday present. I'm excited about that because I've been working on this for over a decade. And so what my hope is that, you know, we can get to the point where we are able to measure the true health of our lakes as reflected by the biological communities that reside within them. And in closing, I'll leave you with some stark findings to put this into a global context. According to the 2020 World Wildlife Fund Living Planet Report, lakes, rivers, and wetlands are home for around 1 in 10 known animals, and freshwater diversity is declining far faster than that in our oceans or our forests. From 1970 to 2016, there's been an 84% decline in the average global freshwater population size. But with these new measures of biological integrity, we'll be able to assess what stressors are causing our lake biological communities in Vermont the most harm and develop management strategies to help them. Will we find what this 2012 publication found, that shoreline alteration is a higher indicator of biodiversity distress than eutrophication or acidification in Vermont lakes? I mean, time will just tell. But whatever we find, I feel that Vermont and its amazingly proactive lake stewards, like all of you listening here, will have the motivation to use what we learn to help stem the tide of freshwater biodiversity loss in our little corner of this beautiful planet. So thank you all. Oh, and I have to thank, I'm grateful for all of the people that that I've contributed to this effort, and you folks for letting me share or work with you. And this is my former work wife, Dr. Leslie Matthews, who passed away a month ago. And then all of this work, this was a team effort. And then this is her helping us key out the plants using a guide that, like Izzy just pointed out. And then, yeah, thank you very much.
Time for some questions.
Can you expand a little bit what you're looking for with the sediment diatoms? Are you looking for diversity or quality?
Well, the good thing about the diatoms, like, so like I mentioned that in Vermont, our streams are assessed using macroinvertebrates and fish. But the number of fish species you have to deal with in streams in Vermont is very limited. So, you know, if you don't find a fish there, you know, what does that mean for that particular stream's health, type of fish in the stream? Whereas with the diatom, there's hundreds of, I think even thousands of species. And so, and they've been really well studied. So you can use them to, I mean, one of the ways it was used in the past, Don Charles and others had used it at the time that acid rain controversy had, you know, was happening, and the industry was saying it wasn't us, it's not us, we're not doing it, we're not causing acid rain. These lakes have always been acidified. They were able to take a core, go back in time, take a cookie, we call it cookie, a little, you know, off the bottom, and then use the diatom community that they found there to demonstrate that those diatoms are very sensitive to acidification. There were ones that were existing in the bottom core that don't exist anymore in the lakes, and they were able to use that to help to finalize, you know, put the nail in the coffin that yes, acid rain is really a thing. Industry is really, coal-fired power plants are really, you know, a big contributor to that. And so that was a powerful industry, but that was really useful for that. And what we're hoping to use it for, we're using it for the biological assessment of the health of lakes right now. That's the number one thing we're using it for. And then what we hope to do later is to be able to go back in time and see what was this lake like before the colonists came. How much have we deviated from that? With our management, can we achieve something closer to that? And when we know we're not going to get back to what that quality was, but at least we have an idea. And we also will be managing for something that lake never was. If that lake never really was really low nutrients, then we should, no matter how hard we try and we beat ourselves up because we're not getting the nutrient levels down, it helps us to know that it never was that way. So yeah, it's really cool and stuff. And I'm really excited about this regional partnership where, so one of the problems with biocriteria development that happened in streams in the 1980s was that each state went its own way. They developed their own protocols, they did their own thing, and then everybody got stuck. They had so much data they collected, they stuck with those methods. And so trying to share information across borders didn't happen as well. So with lakes, we're trying not to repeat that. We're trying to work collaboratively. We will obviously set higher standards than New Jersey. We will probably use New Jersey as part of this, and we will be developing together sort of the metrics and the way we develop our metrics, using each other's information, and because we have all agreed to start collecting these the same way. Yeah, definitely.
I'm curious, acid rain is, one of the success stories. We're moving in a good direction. Is there any evidence in the diatoms to suggest that the lakes are catching up with it?
We did do some cores on some of those lakes, and we did have the taxonomy done, but we have not actually looked at that way. Although Ismar, who did his master's on that, is actually looking at that data right now. So
Excited to see that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so you helped us do our sediment sample a couple of years ago. So we found out that we had an invasive diatom. So I was wondering, have you seen that in other lakes? And, when you get an invasive diatom like that, what's the impact on the lake?
Yeah, so ask me that in like 3 years.
Okay.
Because that's what, yeah, I mean, we're really at the stage now where we've done all this collection. There was this bump in the road that was really rough, which was right after I adopted and did those 87 lakes in Vermont that, we plugged in Jan Stevenson's metric and stuff. EPA abandoned this approach in this part of the National Lake Assessment because what they did was they had, unlike us, sent all of our samples to one taxonomist. EPA had sent it out to all different taxonomists across the country. And then they did a QC thing. And what they found was the biggest predictor of lake health was taxonomist. Which was not what you want in a QC thing. And so part of that problem is many of the keys were developed for Europe, essentially for diatoms. This is changing. There's a whole diatoms of North America thing that's going. Anyways, there's amazing stuff happening. But it slowed our progress down, and we kind of got hung up in it. And and that's why those 900 lakes now that are in the region have all been harmonized so we can use the data and it's not going to show taxonomist is the biggest predictor of lake health. So, but that was a lot of work. I thought I was cheating. I thought, I'm just going to copy what EPA did, which is going to work great and stuff. And then all of a sudden they pulled out of that. And I was like, oh, okay. So we worked with partners in the region and people at EPA to try to revive it and keep it going, because there's a lot of desire to use diatoms because they're sensitive to acidification, they're sensitive to nutrients, they're sensitive to shoreline development, they're sensitive to like the shifts in the macrophyte plant communities. And I mean, they really are very sensitive. So I'm hoping, and what the beautiful thing about biocriteria is, because they're integrators of lake stressors, that with a one-time visit, you can get a lot more information than you can with doing a lot of lake, all our wonderful volunteer monitors that go out every week or 5 weeks out of every summer to collect that data for us on our lakes is so valuable. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it's beyond my capacity to get to all of your lakes and all the lakes in the state, 5 times a summer. So if I can get to a lake one time every 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and I can do a comprehensive assessment with the biological health of the biological communities, I can come away with a lot better understanding of what the health of that lake is and share that with the communities. So I'm excited about it. This has been really a long time coming. So yeah, but we can't get into the really interesting conversations for another couple of years.
Questions, other questions? Any questions on the chat? Well, thank you so much. Okay. Jerry Bergdahl. So Jerry's been a Vermont invasive controller since 2007. She's worked as a research scientist at UVM, and then she taught high school honors chemistry and biology. Jerry's also a FOVLAP board member. She serves on the executive and events committee and is an intrepid chair of the membership committee. So many of you, your associations have heard from Jerry.
Yeah. Well, I'm so happy to be able to give this presentation about something I just love so much. South Pond in Eden, Vermont. Okay? I grew up in the land of 10,000 lakes in Minnesota, and I dreamed of living sometime by a lake. And it happened in Vermont. And I've just been enthralled by what I found in this South Pond. Okay. I'm going to introduce you to 3 animals. And you're saying, animals aren't green. That is a freshwater sponge. And a freshwater sponge is so interesting. They're the oldest animal phylum on Earth about 600 million years ago. It's a colonial aggregate animal that attaches to something and it just lives there. Okay? And when I say colonial, this sponge body is microscopic. Yet at the end of this presentation, I'm going to show you a real one from South Pond. And they're green. Okay? There's about 20 species in North America of freshwater sponges and 250 worldwide. They have a symbiotic relationship with zoochlorid algae. So that's what it means. That's why they're green. And what is the zoochlorid? Zoochlorid. Okay, these words sometimes, and I'm nervous. All right, so what does that mean? It just means it's a colloquial term for any kind of algae that live on an aquatic plant. All right, aquatic animal, invertebrate. Okay, there's thousands of these bodies in the sponge. They feed through pores, and the pores are called ostia. They allow water in. It goes into the spongiocele, which is essentially this cavity, and water can exit to the osculum, all right? And essentially the sponge body is this small, thin layer of cells on the outside. They have a name, but I'm just going to call them ectoderm. I am going to name the cells on the inside. They're called choanocytes. And they're very unusual cells, all right? They're flagellated and they do a lot of work in the sponge. Okay? And they feed on all the detritus and all the invertebrates we've been hearing about today. And that's their food, and they have to get it inside them, so they filter a lot of water in order to do that. This term, mesohyl, is a jelly-like collagenous extracellular matrix. And in that matrix, there's a lot of activity. And you see these little circles in there, and that's because there are a lot of cells within that mesohyl that do a lot of work. And so this is what I'm going to tell you about the little cells inside here they're called amoebocytes. It's one of the cells. And they're called amoebocytes because they move like an amoeba. And an amoeba moves by pushing forward a little bit of its body in a pseudopod or a kind of a foot, and then the rest of it moves. It goes like this, and the rest of it moves. Now I'm talking about cells that move. Okay, so the cells, amoebocytes, get a food vacuole that's formed in the choanocytes. The choanocyte just has some mucus. It gathers those particles, dendritis, whatever, into a food vacuole, sort of like just eating it. And it brings it into the mesohyl. And then the amoebocyte takes that partially digested or whatever is happening inside the choanocyte, and the amoebocyte then carries it to all the other cells in this sponge. So can you imagine? Okay, there's another cell in there. It's also moto, and it's a neuroid cell. And that is not really, there's no like brain or anything like that, but by chemical signals, it tells the amoebocytes where they should go. And can you imagine all these cells with chemical signals saying, feed me, and then the little amoebocyte has to go all over and feed all those cells. I just think, wait until you see the real one and you'll say, how does this happen? It's just an amazing part. So, some fun facts. They're hermaphroditic. In other words, they can be male or female. They reproduce sexually, but they also reproduce asexually by budding, or they fragment, or they just regenerate some body parts. They have a resting stage to survive the winter, and that's called a gemmule. And at 13 to 23 degrees C, and so when I taught high school, I just said, multiply the number 13 times 2, 26, add 30, and you get about right centigrade, or the right Fahrenheit degree, right around 56 degrees. So, and it starts a new animal. So then I was just looking around, digging, getting in the weeds, and I found out that there's a sponge powder extract in 3% hydrogen peroxide that is used in some countries to treat acne. Okay? And then I thought about SpongeBob, and I thought, sponges are not square. The line when you're going to see is not square, and they do not do windows. Okay. This is courtesy of the Lake Champlain Committee blog. This is what it looks like in South Pond. It's a freshwater bryozoan. An amazing animal. There's over 5,000 species worldwide and 24 freshwater species in North America. And its range is east of the Mississippi and up into Canada a little ways. There's hundreds of thousands of microscopic zooids or zooids in a bryozoan. And a single zooid filters about 1/4 of an ounce a day. If there's thousands of them, think about how much water goes through this animal. There is a rosette pattern formed, and I'll show you a picture of that in a minute. And they're held together by this zooecium. And this substance is, when you touch a bryozoan, it feels firm, but it's a little bit like icky, like a little bit slimy, but not really, it's just a really nice animal, but they're not forming yet in South Pond, so I couldn't bring a real one yet, but I could later in the summer. And the color varies by species, and it resembles a brain. They're about, this big, and I found basketball sized ones in South Pond. They also have a way to survive the winters, and they're called statoblasts. And they feel when you touch them. So this is what the zooids look like. How do I go back?
Up.
This zooid is kind of sideways. This one is from the top. And they have the lophophores to capture all the smaller critters that they can serve, that gives them sustenance. And then notice where the anus is right here. And then notice where the mouth is right here. It's the same place. But anyway, so there's a pharynx here. There's an intestine. There's a stomach. There's a funiculus. Now, a funiculus is like a biological, it's a lifeline. It connects the stomach to the inner layer of the zooid, and therefore it sends the food to the zooid, and it facilitates sexual and asexual reproduction. So here's an ovary on this zooid, and here's some testes right here on this zooid. And then there's a developing flotoblast, and a flotoblast is really a statoblast with a kind of a different name because it floats in the water where there's other kinds of statoblasts that don't. All right. And it also, the body contains a small central ganglion or brain, but no central excretory or respiratory system. So that's why it can feel us. And that's what they look like for real. And you can see the insides of it, but I don't know how to point to where the stomach is because I don't know where it is. I just saw a drawing, all right? I don't know where it is, but it's there somewhere. And this is about the rosettes that I talked about, those spots. Okay, so the zooids actually become specialists for certain things in this animal. And they brood eggs, or they hold a colony in place, or they defend from predators by making pecking movements with a beak-like structure. So then I thought, well, when I was touching that bryozoan, is there a zooid trying to peck at me? I'm not sure. It could have been. And then the last animal are the freshwater jellyfish. I don't know, have any of you in this room seen freshwater jellyfish in ponds? That's great there, but I have a question about them. Because are they invasive or are they not? Now, my grandkids just love to look for these critters. On their paddle boards and they look down and they can see through the water column. Okay, and you can see they're mostly translucent, but they do have those opaque areas. So this is the only known freshwater jellyfish in the world. But first of all, it's not a fish. And second of all, it's not a true jellyfish. But it is a hydrozoan. And they're a Hydromedusa nidarian. Okay. So they're about the size of a nickel. I've seen some about the size of a quarter, and they appear in July or early August. They're a native of the Yangtze River in China, and they're in 44 states in every continent except Antarctica. They're harmless to us, even though they have all those tentacles with nemesis for stinging. And so it just happens if something floats by a jellyfish or it rubs against something, it'll sting it if it's, sting it and then eat it. They prefer Daphnia though. And I don't know who decided that, but that's what I found. So those opaque white canals, opaque canals, spread across the top, and there's a stomach-like structure that hangs down from those canals, and off of every one of those canals there are gonads hanging. And so see, this is sort of the inside of it. And the reason it's not a true jellyfish is because of the velum. And the velum is this kind of a plate, and that plate helps in how the jellyfish swims and turns. I think it's interesting that the blooms are either male or female. And so it's quite a complex life cycle. There's the sexual reproduction with the eggs and the sperm, forming a zygote, forming a larvae that attaches to the bottom, forms a polyp, which is they're microscopic, and then the polyp grows, and then the medusa is formed in the polyp, and the whole process starts again. So I was going to talk about bladderwort. I've got a closer up picture of it, but it's not an animal, right? But I just couldn't help but talk about the carnivorous plant in the lake with people who are a little bit like, oh, really? There's a carnivorous plant in the lake? And then this is a sundew, carnivorous plant on the edge of our shoreline. It's just a beautiful little plant. It's tiny, but it grows in sort of nutrient poor soil. And you can see a closed mouth and an open mouth. And there's these hairs all around that are covered in a sweet dew and attracts the insects. But what the plant does, it has a bloom on a stalk about 3 to 4 inches above the sundew where the flower forms. And of course that flower needs to be pollinated by insects, but the plant has evolved so that the mouths don't, take in the insects that are trying to pollinate the flower. I think that's pretty smart ecologically. Another picture of them. So 3 surprising animals, 2 carnivorous plants. And they're simply going about their lives in any of our freshwater ecosystem. There's so many more organisms living in the lakes. It's their home. Our job is to remember that they are there, completely dependent upon our actions and intentions. So, any questions? Thank you. Oh, Pat said, aren't you going to show your?
Yeah.
This is a live freshwater sponge. It's in the lake water from South Pond. I've had it at my house for a day and a half. I brought home lake water. I kept it at the right temperature. I am going to return this to South Pond today. But if you can see, it's starting to grow more, and you see the fingers there. And this is thousands of those sponge animals. And I'm just fascinated by it. I wish I could show you a bryozoan later in the summer. But so I'll just set it here on the table. So if you want to come and examine it, I certainly may. So
Are there other questions?
questions? Yes.
I just have one comment. That with the bryozoan and the sponges, people love to try to manicure their lake shores and the immediate shoreline. And they like to, bryozoan and sponges, they love to grow woody structures. Tree branches, trees that fall in the water. Those are really beneficial. Don't break those out.
Yeah.
One of these sponges and bryozoan, that's what they're gonna clean up.
Yes. Yes. Our actions.
I see bryozoans when people bring them to me usually on an anchor rope. They're like, what the heck is this thing? Any tips for viewing them in their natural habitat? Any time of year, place to go?
Okay, so so I would bring them into the classroom if I could.
Yeah.
And so they start to form, and I thought I saw a couple of really small ones, but it doesn't show really you can't really see like the rosettes or anything like that. But they really are there towards the end of July, mid to end of July, where you can see larger ones, and then they grow. But then in September, when the water begins to cool, there's just around turnover.
Yeah.
They just disappear. They just disintegrate, and then they form again the next year. And it's unpredictable where they form because they can swim anywhere, and then attach to a branch. And I just, when I looked into this, I got into the weeds so much. And I retired from teaching a while ago, and I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. But it's just such a wonderful thing to just think about if we had cells in our body that moved around like amoebas and had to feed all the cells. Instead, we have a circulatory system, that brings all the food to all our 3 trillion cells or whatever we have, so many cells in us. And I think about this little animal trying to survive in this precious freshwater ecosystem. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. And we heard from Declan, we heard from Kelly, we and Izzy, these things need every other part of the ecosystem. They need the animals, they need the zooplankton, they need the phytoplankton, they need all these other critters in order to stay healthy. And that's where I think this is my time. The forest, you can't go into the forest and just chop down a tree or kill an animal or anything like that. But think about all those animals in the water, in a lake, when they're just trying to live. And I think an approach of caring for the ecosystem, like, a boat motor, how many animals does that kill in, going through that hot motor and all of those things? I don't know. And so, that's my passion.
Before we begin the second half of our program today, I'd like to take a moment to remember Dr. Leslie Matthews, who passed away a few weeks ago. Many of you knew Leslie personally, her humor, compassion, and unwavering commitment to lake protection, and all of you know her work done over decades in the Lakes and Ponds program. Among her many accomplishments, Leslie started the Vermont Invasive Patrollers Program and developed the Lake Scorecard. Leslie was known for her passion for scientific excellence and love of Vermont lakes. Vermont lakes directly benefited from her scientific excellence, public service, and dedication, and her genuine love for lakes. In addition, Leslie strongly believed in the value and importance of scientific education and of passing on her knowledge. She exemplified this in her mentorship of the next generation of scientists and environmental stewards. In honor of her many accomplishments and to carry on her legacy, today we are announcing that the Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds Scholarship will be renamed the Vermont Lakes Dr. Leslie J. Matthews Memorial Scholarship in recognition of the scientific accomplishments and dedication of our friend and colleague, Dr. Leslie J. Matthews. This scholarship is awarded to students who are seeking education beyond high school in the areas of aquatic and environmental studies. This year, we had 2 recipients and 1 alternate. Mason Jacob from Randolph High School participated in the Governor's Institute of Environmental Studies. He plans to attend UVM and major in environmental studies. Maxwell Wagner from Missisquoi Valley Union is an Eagle Scout and received the Vermont Land Trust Award. He plans to attend UVM and major in environmental engineering with a focus on sustainability. Alternate Callie Sprague received award last year. She is attending Paul Smith College and majoring in natural resource conservation management. Her goal is to be a fish and wildlife warden.
Large foam, which is over 30 millimeters in size. And really, I just want to kind of point out that you can see the largest category is micro foam, and then you have small foam followed by your large foam. And really that's highlighting how persistent and widespread the material is, especially when it begins to break down in the environment. Yelling at me.
Working. Very good.
Right. Oh, perfect. Okay. So where is all of this foam coming from? Shoreline structures such as seawalls and docks break down in the water over time as they weather. Other foam products are dock bumpers and foam noodles that are also prone to fragmentation. Oh, wait, can you go back?
Yep, sorry.
No, good. Food service waste is a major component of foam inputs as well. I do want to highlight that Vermont food service establishments are strictly prohibited from providing or selling food and beverages in expanded polystyrene containers. So like takeout cups, plates, trays. However, foam is still permitted for packaging raw meat as well as fish. And also if the food was already packaged in the foam outside of Vermont before reaching the state is allowed to be sold on that foam packaging. So in 2024, several organizations came together to form the Lake Champlain Basin Marine Debris Coalition. And our mission really is to increase community awareness and reduce the presence of marine debris, especially plastic foam, in the Lake Champlain Basin. The coalition members include the Lake Champlain Sea Grant, the Conservation Law Foundation, the Rosalia Project, Lake Champlain Committee, the Vermont Boat and Marina Association, and the Lake George Association. And this is all through support from NOAA's Marine Debris Program, where we're working on education, technical assistance, outreach, and coalition building through August of 2027, and hopefully beyond that as well. Oh, it works now. We know that no one single organization really can solve this issue, and so we're working to bring together nonprofits, businesses, lake associations, marina operators, government agencies, and residents. And we are actively welcoming new organizations and people to be a part of this. We'll talk a little bit about educational materials that you could take home today. And so if you're interested to talk more, please find us after this. So one of the most visible ways that we engage communities is through our shoreline cleanups. In 2025, partners organized 13 cleanup events and engaged approximately 450 volunteers. And really, these events are not only to remove debris from the environment, but really help participants better understand the types of pollution they're seeing and the sources. So that way we can really help them understand what's affecting their waterways. In addition, the cleanup data provides valuable information that kind of helps guide future outreach and prevention efforts. So if you were watching my presentation wondering why there's a bunch of foam docks in the front, this is really because there were tons of dock float and foam pieces found along the shorelines, and in Vermont passed in 2024 regulation that kind of prohibits the use of unencapsulated polystyrene or styrofoam foam for flotation in docks, buoys, and other floating structures. So under the Flood Safety Act, any polystyrene used in or on state waters must be completely encased in a rigid protective shell. To support implementation, the Vermont ANR provided funding to the coalition to conduct outreach around the state about the law. And so our goal really is to help lake property owners, recreational boaters, marinas, and businesses understand what the law requires and what compliant alternatives look like, as well as how they can prevent foam pollution from entering our waters. Okay, so we're going to do some show and tell here. This is what an unencapsulated polystyrene foam piece looks like. You're welcome to come up and look at this, or we can pass this one around. It just has exposed foam to the environment underneath that dock, and this is now prohibited in the state of Vermont. The alternatives to these is an encapsulated foam float, which is what you're looking at here. And it has that protective rigid shell layer around the outside of it. The one thing for the protective shell is that it must be durable the durability of the shell must last up to 10 years, and any sort of fasteners must be resistant to corrosion or decay. The other alternatives are the air-filled docks. And so there's like the easy docks and barrels. And we have a section that I'm not going to run over and pull up, but you can look at it over there as well. One other thing I do want to mention is that damaged flotation should be properly re-encapsulated or replaced to be compliant with the flotation system. And so one last thing, this law applies broadly to anyone who owns, sells, distributes, or uses floating structures containing foam in Vermont. So again, must be completely isolated from the water, and it must retain protective qualities for at least 10 years. There is more frequently asked questions in in the document that Chris is going to talk about, and more of our education materials that you're welcome to go through. I'm happy to answer questions after this as well. And then I'll pass it over to Chris. Yeah.
So it's not for me.
If you go down.
That's right. So we wanted to share with you, we did 3 different surveys of different users or potential sellers of styrofoam in the Lake Champlain Basin. One was with marina owners and operators. One was with nearshore businesses. So things like bait fishing and bait shops, local general stores, gas stations that are near the lake. And the third is with property owners along Lake Champlain in both Vermont and New York. And we just picked out
kind of one summary finding for each to share with you. One of the things we found for the nearshore businesses is that they sell very little foam-based products. It's between 0 and 5% of the sales that they do. I will also point out we only talked to 20 businesses, so our numbers are small. Take this with a grain of salt. But those that do sell foam-based products tend to be more in the fishing and bait shops and the restaurants and general stores. And the most common product that they reported selling is fishing and bait buckets that are made of styrofoam. About a quarter of them are doing that. And then also they noted that they do sell products that have foam packaging. And then foam coolers are sold by about 15% of those businesses. And then pool noodles are another product that is maybe not sold as much by them, but you will see in the property owners that they are using them quite often. For the marinas, we talked to 28 of the marinas around Lake Champlain, again, Vermont, New York. We can see that almost 3/4, or at least 2/3, over 2/3 are using these encapsulated foam floats, like Lindsay has here on display. Another almost 1 in 5 has a mix of those plus air-filled barrels. And then pretty small percentage, to 7% each, are using a mix of these, the other air-filled types or the barrels, and 7% are using a mix of the encapsulated and unencapsulated foam. So that's about 2 marinas that reported having a few of the unencapsulated left in their system. When we talked to property owners, we created a database of about 7,119 individual properties of homes along New York and Vermont Lake Shore in Lake Champlain. And we surveyed, it was 300, we did a random selection of that, 1,600 property owners from Vermont, 1,600 from New York, and we heard back from 350 people, and that allows us to generalize our results to the population of people who have properties along Lake Champlain, with plus or minus about 6% confidence of a 95% confidence interval. And what we know is that very few people actually have docks at all. It's only about 10% of properties have docks or the floating structures. And of those, so 35 of the property owners said that they had docks or floating devices. Only about 6% are using unencapsulated foam, and the others have either encapsulated or plastic barrels with air, or the easy docks like this one here down on the right. So that makes us kind of say, well, where's this foam pollution coming from? And we have some ideas. We asked an open-ended question of the property owners about other things that they have that are foam-based, and the top things that they told us are foam fenders or bumpers, either on the docks or on their boats to protect the boats from getting damaged. And again, a lot of people using the pool noodles on their mooring lines or in other ways out in the lake. We asked the top challenges to people adopting alternative products that aren't made from styrofoam. For both the nearshore businesses and the property owners, they had the same top 2. One is, what's the availability of alternatives? If we don't know that there are things out there that we can use, and the costs, if we do know of alternatives, the costs are prohibitive to them to adopt those or to sell those to customers. And then we split. For businesses, they also felt like the alternatives that were out there weren't good ones. For the individuals, they just didn't know what alternatives existed at all. So this is where our outreach comes in, is trying to identify if there are viable alternatives, if they are not cost prohibitive, and if they are available through the market. End of surveys. Just wanted to talk a little bit more about the outreach thing. Lindsay mentioned that we are doing cleanups, so we have a number of those coming up, several in Vermont and around the Burlington area, but also some, we have partners in New York as well, so we'll have some cleanups in Plattsburgh. The foam brewery one, Lindsay and Julie are working on, and that's going to be particularly fun at the end of August. But the others, we look for great volunteers. We're also working with FOVLAP on sending targeted emails through to the lake associations to help people understand that the law exists and that there is an issue with foam-based pollution. We are working with Nate, the intern. We have interns this summer that we're going to be going out to lakes that don't have lake associations and just trying to see who we can meet and talk about the law. We also put together for us an a panel that's going to go in a brochure to marinas to help people understand the law and the challenge that is out there about foam pollution. We are working with Home Depot on trying to get some encapsulated dock float wholesale pricing or discount pricing for people who do want to shift. And we are also working on trying to help people dispose of old unencapsulated foam dock floats. That's in the works. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but we're trying to make it easy for people to not just leave them on shore and potentially get broken apart if there's floods or storms or whatnot. And we are also working to try to go to the source of these products that could be alternatives and either get discount pricing or samples that we can then share with people around the area to get feedback on. Does it work as well? What are your frustrations? Is it too expensive when you actually see the price, and on from there? So hopefully we got lots of different ways of bringing people this awareness up and building buy-in. So we do have handouts and flyers, and Lindsay talked to some people about these. She has hundreds here with us, and if you would like to share them with your neighbors, friends, whoever, they talk about the law, they talk about what an encapsulated float is, what an unencapsulated float is, and what the alternatives could be. They also talk about moorings and buoys and kind of alternatives there, because it's not just dock floats that are regulated under the law, it's also anything mooring buoys, swim platforms. Those are the three main ones. Yeah, so we have those for you, and they're available on our website as well. And we also have made a couple of videos to help people understand how to do a dock inspection when that makes sense, and then also to understand the kinds of polystyrene foam that is out there in the environment and why it is a concern. And those are also on our website. As well as the Vermont Agency of Natural Resources website. So I will leave this here. Our next slide, it just says questions. So I will stop there and see if anybody has questions for either Lindsay.
Question, was there a time frame as far as people allowing to affect the rainwater this stuff, or was it supposed to be out?
So it started in July of 2024, and in terms of getting people to buy in, I have to either look at Lindsay or Julie might have to help us for when people need to.
Immediately?
Yeah.
The law went into effect.
Just curious, because you listed 6% of the areas you contact still had.
So they could have been from New York. I actually didn't look up which state they're in, and it's not a law in New York. So it's possible that those ones are actually based in New York. Yeah, good question though, and I should.
I just want to jump in real quick. My name is Nisha Sedner. I'm with Vermont DEC, like the fund program, and I'm the contact. So
Nisha's the contact.
I'm the contact. So the email on the bottom, that can be me.
Okay, we can change that.
And yes, it is effective immediately. It's unencapsulated foam is just prohibited. Period. So there's no claim for it.
The one exception though is full noodles are okay.
Different.
Yeah. Okay.
We can talk more about.
Okay. No, but just. Yeah, that's not.
We did a deep dive in the foam, and we can.
Thanks.
Yep.
I'm just curious if you had reached out to in Virginia's Vermont, it's probably the largest in the state of Vermont, manufacturer dock doctors. I think they operate in 14 states now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, and obviously they switched many years ago. I'm not even sure you actually use unencapsulated, but there's a possibility through that organization.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. So Mike O'Brien from Vermont Boat and Marine Association to get this sample. I know that I think he talked with doctors. I may be wrong. Julie, did you talk with doctors?
Dock doctors testified in support of this legislation because they had made that switch decades ago. And that's really in the industry has moved beyond that. It's really the legacy DIYers home folks that we've been really trying to make sure are aware of what changes are. And Dock Doctors is really on board with the conversation and helping. We just need to get them the materials.
There's a question here.
Yeah, what's like the protocol or procedure to like disposing of the foam? If we were to find it while we're casting, how do we get rid of it so it doesn't end up back in the water?
That's a good question. So the guidance that we have, it's in one of the videos, is basically bring it to the solid waste district or to a certified
waste hauler. And we are trying to, we have a couple of leads on places that might actually take it and recycle it. And we are trying to see if we can work something out that this would go, but for now, take it to a certified place that is responsible for waste disposal.
I can add to that too. If you're on a kayak, you're clearly not talking about volume, like you're not like dismantling and checking.
Yeah.
When I'm out clearing up a lot of the debris, I put it in a bag immediately, tie that bag up, secure the bag, and go to bed. You don't want that free floating, because that's part of it, is that it's so light, it moves around the environment and it floats. And that's part of the problem.
And one thing that Julie told us is we're making a social media post about is that if you do see foam on a tributary, on an inland lake, on Lake Champlain, let us know, because if you can't move it, if you can move it, great. If you can't, then we want to go out and try to move it ourselves, to get it out of the water.
Would it be redundant at this stage to make a direct appeal to municipalities, or have they already been contacted? Because like a lot of municipalities have got town beaches, have they received direct information or
Oh, it's a
a
great
direct appeal to upgrade
To the
this?
best of my knowledge, no, and that's an excellent suggestion. Thanks. Ken.
Okay,
We're
so
good to
that
do
might be a function of lake associations, is to talk to the select boards or TAs, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, that would be amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, and then behind you had a question.
Hi, if you are paddling around a lake and you happen to see docks that have unencapsulated foam, do you have a recommendation for what to do in that instance?
Yeah, good question. We have not discussed that.
I have.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess on the enforcement side. Really appreciate all the outreach on this. Fantastic. So when you do find it.
Tell Misha.
Yeah, so, we do have an FAQ on this online. If you do observe potential violation of this law, you can report it to our environmental enforcement staff, and then we would have the environmental enforcement officer go out. Or you can email me as well, and I can direct connect you to the enforcement folks. But yeah, we have talked about.
What about taping one of your handouts to the dock?
They're available.
Yeah, you can take them.
You found, Misha, that most land property owners, once they're informed, because I have a suspicion a lot of people still don't even know about this.
Correct. We've had, all the outreach is rolling out right now. We just did a press release, the DEC did a press release, I think last Thursday. I'm the contact for that. No one's reached out to me about that yet.
Yeah, there's a social media post this morning.
Great, yeah.
You guys.
Oh, nice, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think it's really gained a lot of, public attention quite yet. But when it does, I think you now know who to reach out to.
Yeah.
And start to address the issue.
Yeah, and I can tell you from the survey as well, a lot of people said, I ain't never heard of this. We didn't know. We will do what we can to make it right, from in the survey as well, so.
The coalition went to the Yankee Sportsman's Club too, so that was another way to do a direct outreach to folks that are in the fishing community, which is really great eyes and ears, out in on the waters, so.
I think FOVLAP's website, there might be a page that talks about this as well. You could,
yes,
reach out to lake associations, their members and FOVLAP, make sure that they're aware, which I think most of them probably.
yes, and we've been talking with Pat about that, as well, as to get some of the materials that we have available and then to get it through to your organizations that way, associations, yeah. Sorry. Oh, no, you're okay. Okay. Other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's great. Keep your eyes open when you're out on the water. You know, find unencapsulated foam. Some of the others that earlier today, when I went looking at our lake, I found it on under the floats for the loon signs, the nesting signs. So that was a surprise. Okay, so you never know. All right. Thank you guys so much for that. That was very helpful. We are now welcoming Mark Ferguson. Mark is a zoologist in the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department. And his focus is on the protection and management of rare vertebrates and invertebrates. We'll talk about native mussels. So thank you.
Yeah, down is a forward.
Okay, down and forward.
And there's a.
See how quickly I mess it up. Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Mark Ferguson with the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department. Most of the work that I do entails working with rare but endangered species, and a lot of that is working with invertebrates. And so today I thought I would either introduce you to or give you a bit of information about one of my favorite aquatic groups of animals, and that is freshwater mussels. And when you think of it, we often get questions about what are the benefits of different types of animals, and this one's got a really easy answer to it. And that's the fact that they are very efficient filter feeders. So they're very good at filtering a lot of water throughout the day. I've seen estimates of anywhere from 5 to over 100 gallons of water being filtered per day by a single mussel, depending on the species. And here's just a demonstration that somebody set up. 2 tanks were filled with water, 2 aquariums. Originally, both kind of looking like what you see on the left there, clouded water, a lot of suspended material in there. The only difference was freshwater mussels were added to the tank on the right. And this is after about 30 minutes, or after about hour and a half, so about 90 minutes. And this is what you see. Those freshwater mussels were able to eliminate much of the suspended particles and nutrients from the water in just that short amount of time. So they're very efficient and very beneficial to water quality if you're concerned about that. But the interesting part that I want to spend some time on is actually the life cycle of freshwater mussels, because they're kind of peculiar compared to a lot of bivalves. And that has to do mostly with the reproductive process that they go through. So these are basically sedentary animals. They are on the bottom of the lakes and the rivers. They don't really move around much, maybe a few meters over their lifetime at the most. Some species don't move at all. But this is kind of the process that they go through when it's time to reproduce, just in a nutshell. So they're living on the bottom, have a male and female. When reproduction time comes, the males release sperm into the water column. This just drifts about and is brought in by the female when she's filtering water. She uses that to fertilize her eggs, and then she'll hold on to those developing larvae, which are called Glaucidia, odd name. But she'll hold on to them until they are mature enough that she can release them. And then when she does release them up here, this is kind of the tricky part because they're actually not ready to make it on their own. At this point, if they were just to settle on the bottom, they would die. And that's when the next part of this cycle comes in, and that's the fact that they need a fish host, because these mussels actually have a short period of their lives where they are parasitic on freshwater fish. And this is true for mussels around the world. Sometimes they need a specific type of fish, 1 to 3 species. Some other mussels are kind of generalists. They'll use a number of different species. Well, what happens is when those Glaucidia come in contact with fish, they will attach themselves to the gill filaments or sometimes the fins, and they'll just take a ride for a few weeks, up to a few months, depending on what kind of mussel it is and what time of year it is. And eventually, when they're ready, they'll drop off. Now, juvenile mussels, still very small, but able to make it on their own. They'll settle back on the bottom again. And with any luck, they'll grow up to be adults and start that process over again. So it's kind of quirky because most bivalves, they don't have this parasitic stage. Why would freshwater mussels around the world do this? Well, I'm not a mussel, so I really can't answer that question. But as a biologist, it kind of makes sense to me when I think about it, because most of our mussels, they live in rivers, right? Okay, so they're in this environment where the water is always flowing downstream. So if they just had larvae that they, released and settled back to the substrate again,
that would kind of be in a downstream movement over time, right? So all the settling and improvement in the population would start happening in a downstream fashion, and they wouldn't really be able to repopulate upstream, right? So, because they're just not moving around much. They just can't get upstream to do it on their own. So that's where the fish comes in. Fish are free moving. They can go upstream, and if a fish that's inoculated with the larvae moves upstream, when it drops those juveniles off, then voila, you've got juvenile mussels upstream of where the parents were. So really, I think that parasitic life stage is not so much about getting nutrients from the fish, although it does get some. It's more about the transport that it gets at. I'll just show you a few shots to kind of take you through some of the step-step process. This is a female mussel, gravid. That means, you know, it's been fertilized. It's got the larvae developing inside. These are actually part of the gills. These are gill pouches specialized to hold those developing larvae. Those pouches are called marsupia. Think about it, marsupial kangaroos have pouches for the young. Kind of makes sense. So she'll hold them in there until she's ready to release those. And this is what the Glaucidia look like inside those gill pouches. They look like a bivalve, right? They got two shells, hinge in the middle. But you notice that they're kind of in this open position. That's the natural position for Glaucidia while they're developing. Because when they are released, they're trying to, again, come in contact with the fish. And when they contact that tissue, they need to snap shut. So they need to be open so that they don't just drift on by, which is what they would do if they were, you know, closed up when they came in contact. Some of these Glaucidia actually have these looking teeth on there to kind of help them hold on. But again, they're very, very tiny. I don't know if it stings a little bit when it comes in contact with the fish, but hopefully it's just temporary if it does. So, you know, that's kind of the process, but it still begs the question of, well, how do they ensure that the Glaucidia actually come in contact with the fish? If they're just releasing their larvae into the, you know, water column randomly, it's kind of a low chance that they're going to come in contact with the fish, going to come in contact with the right species of fish. So they've evolved some different approaches to getting at this problem. And here's one. This is a group of mussels called lamp mussels. And what you see here, that's not a fish. That's actually part of the mussel. It's part of this mantle, which is a tissue that lines inside the shells. And they've evolved this modification, the females, on the edge of the mantle, so that it looks like something that a fish might want to eat. I mean, this is pretty good. It's got an eye spot. It's got this pattern. It even looks like it's got, you know, fins out here. It looks very much like a fish. Some species even look like crayfish or insect larvae. So it'll sit there on the bottom and pulse that, trying to entice a fish to come in and take a bite. When it does, it'll get a face full of Glaucidia. And I've got a video. I'm not sure quite how that's working.
Yep, I can hit play for it.
Okay, great. Yeah. So this is just a demonstration. Here it is on the bottom. You can see it's pulsing that lure, trying to get that bass to bite. It's not so sure. Look like maybe, but I don't know. Give it a try. So finally he goes in. Bam. It's face full. Now he's going to be carrying those baby larvae or baby mussels around for a while. I had to throw this in just because this is one of our micromussels. This is black sencha, one of our rare species. It's got modified mantle as well, little flap toes, and I guess that looks enticing to its host fish. I don't know, but it works. So it works for black sencha. But it looks like something grinning to me. Here's a group of mussels. It's kind of a small group. There are only like 12 to 20 different species in the United States. FOVLAP is the genus, but they've taken a different approach. They'll sit on the bottom and they'll have their shell open like this, and they'll just stay there. It's kind of a very white interior usually, and they got a very small lure-looking piece of tissue that they'll just wave around, and they're trying to entice fish to stick its nose in there. This is a fish called a log perch. It's one of the usual victims here. They like to turn over rocks, looking crevices to get their food. And that mussel looks like a crevice in the rocks, right? So it sticks its nose in and plant, it gets it on the snout, and it's being held there in place by that muscle. And as soon as the muscle gets the fish, it'll start pumping those larvae, those babies, into the mouth, into the face of the fish, and of course, it's getting into the mouth, going over the gills, and some of them will attach. After time, it'll let the fish go, it goes on its way. But again, it's been inoculated, and it's become part of the process. And here's a common strategy. Often some species will put their larvae into these packages called conglutants. And these are just released from the female, and they're meant to look like something to eat. Okay? You know, this could be a worm, could be an insect larvae, but they'll release these in this case, and hopefully fish will come and bite on it. It doesn't have to eat it, really. It just needs to get in its mouth, chew on it a little bit, so that these Glaucidiae, they're on it, will be released. And so even if it spits it out, the Glaucidiae have had a chance to get into the mouth and go over the gills and attach themselves. So this is a very kind of a basic structure. Some species is pretty elaborate. This is one species that occurs to our south. And these look very much like black fly larvae. If you've ever seen black fly larvae in a stream, they attach themselves to rocks, kind of wave around. In this case, these actually are sticky on this end. So when they get released, they'll attach themselves to rocks, and they look like an insect larvae until something comes along and takes a bite. So if they're successful at doing this, this is what it looks like on the fish's gills. These are the gill filaments, and you see these Glaucidiae attached. Once they get on, the fish tissue quickly encapsulates it and holds it there until it's ready to be on its own. And when this happens, this is what the juvenile mussels look like again. And this is another video. And these look very much like the adults, just in miniature form. You see some of these, you can see this, what we call a foot that's extending out. They retain those as adults as well. They use them moving a bit and also for digging themselves in the substrate. But in the case of the juveniles, they also use them for gathering food. So that's kind of the process that they go through. So just a bit about the diversity of mussels that we have. They come in all shapes, sizes, forms, and colors. It's a pretty cool group overall. But one of the interesting things is North America actually has one of the highest, it's kind of a center of diversity for freshwater mussels. I don't know that there's any place, any region in the world that has a higher number of species than we do. And here's just kind of what that looks like on a map. This is showing you how many species you find in different areas. The warmer the color means the more species occur there. And you can see that it's almost entirely in the eastern part of the country. You do have a few species that occur out west, but most of it is to the east, and especially to our south, especially in Tennessee River, Cumberland River, Ohio, and Mobile. Those are kind of centers of diversity for freshwater mussels. And in all, we have more than 300 species that occur in the United States. So, you know, you can see it goes up to some areas might have as many as almost 100 species. Now in Vermont, we're in the cool section up here, so not a high diversity compared to many other states. But I will say we have more than any other New England state, and that has to do with Lake Champlain. We have a lot of species in Lake Champlain that you don't find in the rest of New England because they're associated with southern populations and western populations. Over here, this is just a map showing where we found mussels over time. This is from 1995, but I think it pretty well still represents what we see. There might be a few more dots, but this is kind of the pattern. Again, most of it's over here in the Champlain Valley. It's because we have a number of species that are just found in Lake Champlain and lower parts of those tributaries. Although we do have a couple of species that are just found in the Connecticut River system as well. So the interior, you don't see a lot. There are some dots in here, but it's, you know, not as many mussel species occur there. One thing that I would say is probably not well represented here are small lakes, interior lakes, because they just haven't been well sampled. So, if we did go out and sample those more, we'd probably have more dots coming in this interior. So here's some examples of Vermont's mussels. Over here on the left, upper left, that's a fluted shell. It's named for this ridges that you find on this one side. Here on the right is a pink heel splitter. It gets that name heel splitter from this wing that you find up on that along the hinge. This is a good sized mussel. You can get up to like 5 inches, but you rarely see it because they spend most of their time buried under the substrate, and all you might see is just this little ridge right here. They're usually in soft substrates like sand and mud. And below that, this is our newest addition to what we know about freshwater mussel occurrence in Vermont, found in 2000 for the first time. This is the elk toe, very beautiful shell. All three of those species are Lake Champlain Basin. You just find them on the western part of the state. But over here in the bottom left corner, this is our smallest mussel. It's the dwarf wedge mussel, and it's found in the Connecticut River. It's also our only federally endangered mussel that occurs in Vermont, although technically Connecticut River is New Hampshire, but we'll take some. And then this is one that's a little bit unusual. This is eastern pearl shell, and you do find that more in the interior part of the state in some places, and that's because this is more of a cold water species. And the reason for that is that its host fish are salmonids, so trouts. Brook trout would be its native of hosts, so it can get in colder water and fairly small waters as well, fairly small creeks. So these are all riverine species right here. But there are a few that you find in lakes as well, in interior lakes. These are the three that you'd be most likely to come across. This is called the eastern elliptio, and it's the most abundant, most common species we have in Vermont. It's said to have something of a trapezoidal shape. I would say it's trapezoidal compared to other mussels, perhaps. But it's not too hard to identify. It does have a lot of variation, but it's usually a very dark color. And then you see this, you kind of see this ridge right here. It's kind of a sharp change in the slope right there that runs down this, what we call the posterior end of the mussel. That's a pretty good way of identifying it from this side. And also sometimes the slope, when it gets to the end, it'll actually kind of slope down a little bit. So it'll just kind of turn. Not always, but sometimes. The second most common mussel you might find in lakes would be the eastern floater. And this is a thick, Elliptio is a very thick shelled species, a very thin shelled species. This one, of course, is much lighter color. It's also got that slope right here, but it's more rounded. It never dips down this way. Sometimes it'll dip up a little bit, kind of like the toe of a shoe. So that's another good way to identify that one. Those are the two you're most likely to run into. But some of our interior lakes also have the eastern lamp mussel. This one's pretty easy to identify compared to the other two because of these rays that you see on the shell. And it's another thick-shelled species like the eastern elliptio. These two, the elliptio and the lamp, or the floater, they can have rays when they're small, but generally they lose those as adults, whereas they retain them on the eastern lamp mussel. And here's just a look inside the shell. Again, this is an elliptio. You see that slope right here. Thicker shell. And they also, if you look on the hinge line, they got what they call teeth. On one side, it's kind of these knobs. The other side is more of a tongue and groove. This is just where the two shells kind of fit together. You see the same thing on that mussel that had the rays, the eastern lamp mussel, which is also thick shelled. This is that lighter colored mussel, eastern floater. If you look, again, thin shell, so thin it actually cracks you when it's drying. But if you look along the hinge line, no teeth. It's just kind of a smooth edge. So if you find a shell, you should be able to differentiate with a little practice, you know, what you're seeing out there. But those are the three species that you would be most likely to encounter. So mussels have gone through a lot over the decades. Some pretty severe population declines around the country, even extinctions. I think 7 to 10% of our mussels in the country are now extinct because of things like water pollution and habitat alteration, sedimentation, dams being built that both change the habitat, but also they can separate a mussel from its host fish that's required to have. And this is, I guess, one of our newer threats, although they've been here for decades now, zebra mussels, which are non-native species, and they're more like their saltwater counterparts, and that they will attach to hard surfaces. And one of their favorite hard surfaces to attach to are our native mussels. And you can see they can glom on there with over 1,000 mussels, zebra mussels on a single mussel. And when this happens, what happens is they're filtering the water before it can get to the mussel it's attached to, and basically starving it to death over time. And in fact, we've lost all the freshwater mussels in Lake Champlain in most of the lake. There are a few places where we still have some, but especially in the southern part of the lake, once you get out of the river, the mussels are just gone because of zebra mussel colonization. But you know, things have improved. You know, over time, you know, we've had a lot of things like legislation to protect our waters, water quality. We have riparian projects that are reducing sediment load coming into streams. We even have had dams being removed. So there are good things going on that are really helping mussels. The problem is around the country is that a lot of these populations have suffered for so long and so much that even with these improvements, they've reached a point where they can't really sustain viable populations. You know, can't maintain themselves. And in some cases, populations have just been eliminated. But there is a management technique that's being used now in a lot of places, and that's to actually propagate freshwater mussels, just like you would in a fish hatchery. So they bring whatever mussel that they're interested in propagating into a hatchery situation, as well as with the, they bring in the appropriate fish as well. And for the mussel, they'll have gravid females. They'll remove the Glaucidia at the right time from the female, inoculate the fish, and then hold those fish until the juveniles drop off, collect the juveniles, and then raise them to a point where they're large enough that they can be released back into the wild to either enhance populations or restore populations. So there's a lot going on with freshwater mussels, and that's about all I have, but I will make a plug for the Non-Game Wildlife Fund. If you're not familiar with it, you're most likely to run into this when you're doing your taxes, it's one of the checkoffs, or when you're getting your license plate. But this is a fund that we use in my program to help fund all of our work, whether it's mussels or reptiles, amphibians, birds, mammals, even plants, and natural communities. So we're very dependent on this fund. We use it to help us gain federal funds as well. So like every dollar we have in this non-game fund, we're going to get $2 to $3 in federal funds. So it's really important to us, and we appreciate all contributions. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, are you guys still doing active surveys of current populations?
We are, yeah. I don't have any going on myself right now, but the most recent one is one we have Michael Smith sitting in the back here. He's done some work with one of the mussels that I actually showed you up here, the eastern pearl shell, hoping to find new populations because it is found, potentially in many parts of the state that haven't been surveyed well. So we're hoping that we can learn more about that one. We've done surveys for rope floaters recently. Michael also did another survey a few years ago on elk toe, another one of those mussels that I showed you. He's done some monitoring down Pulteney River. So we are doing surveys. I don't do a lot of monitoring because that's a very expensive process and it's kind of a long-term thing to do. But
Are you
surveys,
updating maps online? Are they available? If they are?
we don't have them mapped online at this point. We have talked about redoing an atlas. I should have showed you a picture of our atlas because back in 1995, I believe it was published, just before I started actually. And that kind of set this stage for, okay, this is what we have for mussels. In fact, that Vermont picture came from that atlas. And we have done surveys since, and we've got more dots to add, but we haven't made that available.
So I think we've got the Elliptio in our lake. I was just wondering, are they just in the littoral zone or would they go all the way out to deeper water?
They could go out further. I think it's going to depend something on habitat. On the Elliptio are pretty general. I know in places like Lake Champlain and its tributaries, they can go down pretty deep. So, potentially I'd say as long as the oxygen level is good and the habitat is good, yeah, they could be down.
So some of our lakes says they're finding clams just offshore. Are they or are they not?
Yeah. That's the debate, even among professionals. Are they clams or are they mussels? You could call them either one. The only really good explanation I've had why we're calling them mussels has to do with a thread that you find when they're very small. And I think I might be able to see it here. When they're small, it's going through the different ways they can reproduce. One way is females will actually just release their glaucidia into the water, but they've got these threads attached. And so the threads sometimes they'll hook together and they'll kind of form these nets in the water. So fish swims through and boom, got them. And you can see some of those threads here on these juveniles, right here. So even at this stage, they still got those threads. And that it's kind of like what you see on zebra mussels. You have those threads that can attach. And in the case of juveniles, what they're doing is they had that thread kind of wrapped around the rocks, so they're not easily dislodged. But that's the only reason I've ever heard of why we call them mussels instead of clams. They look like clams.
Thank you. Oh, one more question.
Was there concern at all with cold and climate reduction in the south? It's way up.
Yeah, certainly, I think that could be a competitor. I don't think so much the way zebra mussels have impacted our native species because that's more of a very direct impact where they're actually starving them to death. But golden mussels or golden clams, I think, just through competition. And what I've seen down south, same thing. They've had them down there for a long time, and you see just amazing numbers of these clams and a reduction in the natives.
I do weekly monitoring out in Colchester, near Colchester Point, and I'm curious about sort of overall impact of floods on mussels because I definitely saw huge shifts just in where I monitor every week.
I am also curious about that, and it's a hard question to get at. We've actually, here's kind of been my experience. We had some projects when in the state, like a bridge project, something where mussels are there, but they need to impact the river bottom. So what we've had them do in many cases is when they move those mussels, then we require them to monitor to see if they're going to survive. And this was a great plan. We thought we were going to get some good data. And then it's like you said, we'd have a high water event and it would just blow everything out. So, I'm very curious about kind of the changes that we're seeing now with more floods. Is this going to be affecting our populations, potentially, just moving everything downstream, live or dead?
I think we gotta move on to the next topic now. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, Mark. I'm gonna change a little bit. I'm gonna ask Julie to wait just a couple minutes. So I have a little announcement to make, and then we're gonna take a look at a brief video. And I just want to say over the last year, the Federation has been working on a series of short videos intended for the general public. And the overall question that informs these videos is who takes care of Vermont lakes. And the point is to reach out to the general public and answer that question by saying it's not just the volunteers and lake associations, it's not just ANR, it's not just the other conservation organizations, it's everybody. And everybody has a part to play. So we're going to show you, we've made a series. There's a almost 4-minute video, and then we've cut that up into 3 separate short 1-minute videos on the general question, on cyanobacteria, on invasives. We've also begun to create several PSAs, public service announcements, for radio and for TV. And those are 30-second and 60 seconds. And those are already being sent out. One radio station locally has already picked it up. Before I show them to you, we're just going to show one. I just want to say this video series has been made possible by a grant from the Lake Champlain Basin Program and the New England Interstate Water Pollution Control Commission. And there's a lot of people involved, and I want to say some thank yous, and then look at the video. First and foremost, I want to thank our outreach coordinator, Deborah Muccio, who unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately, couldn't be here today because she's traveling in Italy right now. But she organized the speakers. She helped select the videographer. She set up the location. She scheduled everybody, and she rang with all of us and got us all where we're supposed to be. She even provided us with snacks and water to keep us going during the taping. I want to shout out special thanks to Dave Johnson, who's sitting right here, our amazing treasurer, who put together the grant that supported this work and who also manages the other grants that support so much of our work. I want to thank Lisa Baruch, one of our board members, whose expertise, she's a filmmaker herself. She was invaluable in selecting the videographers and helping with all of the editing and that part of things. And I finally want to thank, not finally really, but this very special group of people who agreed to get in front of the camera and work with us and gave us a lot of time because these things took time, and who agreed to speak, some of whom are here today. But I'm just going to run down the list real quick. Liz Bird, who's Vice President of the Lake Bombazine Association, Chris Conant, former President of the Lake Iroquois Association, Allison Marchian, Shoreline Restoration Ecologist at UTDEC, Lakes and Ponds Program, Mark Mitchell, Limnologist and Lane Monitoring Program from the DEC Lakes and Ponds Program, Julie Silverman, who's here, Senior Lake Keeper of the Conservation Law Foundation, and Sarah Wilson, who's Assistant Manager of the Lake Bombazine Association Breeder Program. Also, special thanks to Johnny Menendez and Brian Agron of Henhouse Video for the high quality of the videography that they did. And as I said, I described what we have done. So I'm going to show you the longer video, and then, that kind of covers all the topics. And then we're going to play one 30-second public service announcement that you may hear on a local radio program.
When you look out at a body of water, it is beautiful. It rejuvenates our soul. People, I think, in general, are drawn to water. And in Vermont, there are hundreds of people working every single day behind the scenes, trying to protect that water.
It's impossible to staff government agencies to the level where they could be at every lake, collecting data, protecting the lakes. This whole system of volunteer lake associations has developed over the last 50, 60, 70 years. The state agencies are able to provide scientific expertise, technical expertise, training for the volunteers.
We as users of the lake are now stewards of the lake. And it's our job as community members to make sure that we continue to work hard to preserve the quality of the water.
The volunteer lake associations really take responsibility for overseeing the lake, work with property owners around the lake, but they also work with all of the people who live in the watershed. That's the whole area surrounding the lake, to reduce runoff, to reduce pollutants going into the water. Lake associations also manage the greeter programs that inspect boats coming in and out of lakes. They also do a lot of water sampling, so they collect data.
If we're not all in on trying to reduce our impacts on the lakes, then, the problem's going to get worse and we're going to see more cyanobacteria blooms, more beach closures, more issues with actually using the lake.
Milfoil alone can knock out an incredible ecosystem and create an imbalance within that body of water. It has caused significant problems for the lake users, the recreation use, the ecology of the lake.
It only takes a little stem, a little leaf. Just a fraction of a plant, can make a whole new plant. The greeter program is the first line of defense for protecting the spread of invasive species via boats in and out that go from lake to lake.
Milfoil can live on your trailer or your boat for up to 2 weeks. So that's why it's so important that we ask people to wash their boats and that we look over them and make sure that they're clean and taken care of so that those things don't hitchhike to another body of water.
But we all live in a watershed, and those watersheds can be as small as one small stream. They can be as big as the Lake Champlain Basin. So we all need to be mindful of how we're interacting with our properties and with our watersheds.
Runoff from your property, pollutions from your property are going to run into a tributary that's eventually going to make its way into a lake.
Could be gas, it could be oil from your car, could be trash, that could be fertilizer or manure. And when that happens, we end up with cyanobacteria blooms, which can create toxins, and those toxins can be really dangerous.
We definitely see progress, and we have many, many of those lakes still here in Vermont that have no aquatic invasives, that have low phosphorus levels, no cyanobacteria blooms.
There are actions that all of us can take to impact the health of our lakes. And all of our small changes together can make a really big impact.
All of us can be responsible for protecting these precious water resources here in Vermont.
Learn how you can help at vermontlakes.org.
So that's the longer video. Then there's a series of shorter ones, and attempt to play just the radio PSA.
Vermont has the most stunning lakes in the country. Here's how you can help protect them. Don't dump trash or liquids into the water. Even small spills can harm delicate underwater critters. Clean, drain, and dry your boat and gear to prevent the spread of invasive species. Drains lead to the waters. Skip harsh pesticides and chemical fertilizers. Plant native trees and shrubs to provide the best filter for clean water. And volunteer for a cleanup day. Our lakes need you. Learn more at vermontlakes.org.
Here we go. I will just add, these are available for you to use. So they're on our website, they're on our YouTube channel, and we really encourage you to link to them, to amplify them on your social media channels, to use them in presentations and other kinds of, educational events. So they're out there, and we hope that, all our members and all of you will definitely take advantage of using these. There will be more. Deborah, when she gets back from her trip, is working on, because we have more footage, and she's working on editing some more short 30 and 60-second kinds of takes on different topics. So we'll still, we'll continue to issue these hopefully through the summer. But we hope that you'll definitely link to these and use them. More. Okay. Great. So back on schedule. I am so pleased to introduce our last speaker, Julie Moore, who is, as many of you know, Secretary of the Agency of Natural Resources. Julie is a civil engineer. Her prior work was, before she became secretary, was in watershed planning and assessment projects. And she also has led, and in some previous work with ANR, she led the state's efforts to reduce phosphorus pollution on Lake Champlain. And of course, one of her major items on her resume is that she was once a board member for FOVLAP. Welcome, Joy. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As some of you may have heard me acknowledge before, and as Pat sort of alluded to, I would always tell anyone who asks that water is my heart work. Glad Mark is left. Since I enjoy all of the work of the department or the agency, but certainly water is what I hold dear. And so it's a treat to be able to close out this week with a group of people who also, I hope, would say water is their heart work. And I just want to acknowledge that the lake associations and our watershed groups, the folks that are represented in this room, is something I don't take for granted. Vermonters who show up year after year, not because they have to, but because of a love of the place. And so want to thank you for that. And I know that there are challenging and contentious issues facing us in this space. And just to honor that, I think it's far worse when people don't care and don't come out to share their passion than when they do. So I thought I could offer a few agency updates today, but also just take a little bit of time to reflect on where we are, what I see the data telling us, and what it's going to take to keep moving in the right direction. So ANR has a wonderful team of dedicated staff in the Lakes and Ponds program, many of whom are here today. We also have monitoring staff, biologists and limnologists. We have game wardens and enforcement officers, and yet we can't do or would not be able to do what we do without the network of volunteers, lake associations, watershed groups, shoreline property owners, and volunteer monitors that are represented in this room. And so when I think about what genuine stewardship looks like in Vermont, I think about the volunteer who paddles out every week during the summer to record conditions. I think about the lake associations that organize those shoreline cleanups or staff a greeter station. And I think about the property owners who've been willing to replace mowed lawn right down to the water's edge with trees and shrubs, not because the law required it, but because they understood it mattered. The stewardship is a shared responsibility. It's one I take seriously. In many of these spaces, it's the state that sets the rules and provides technical support, and oftentimes even has money to make investments. But we can't be anywhere, just as your video just said, Pat. And frankly, the health of the water bodies will always depend more on the choices made by individuals closest to them than any regulatory program we're running out of Montpelier. So thank you. Your stewardship is not supplemental to what we do. It is foundational. So with that, I thought I could share a couple of updates. First, I wanted to just talk a little bit about our 2025 Clean Water Performance Report, which was released in January. And while it really focuses on the sort of largest receiving waters in Vermont, Lake Champlain, Lake Memphremagog, and the Connecticut River, I do think it speaks to the larger arc of the work of clean water, both our progress and the challenges. So over the past decade, Vermont has spent more than $750 million, and just let that sink in, on clean water projects. So it's about $75 million a year, and that's significant. And almost as impressive to me is that's been sustained. This year, there were sort of unprecedented budget challenges in the State House, at least as compared to much of the last decade. And clean water wasn't really even talked about as something people might potentially raid and pull into another priority. And I think that speaks to the understanding and importance of the work we're all doing. Our best available data shows that clean water projects kept about 163,000 pounds of phosphorus out of Lake Champlain in just the last year. And when we're talking about a pollutant or a nutrient that can have an effect at parts per billion levels, 163,000 pounds is a lot of parts per billion. And that represents about a third of what we need to do to achieve the lake's cleanup goals. For Lake Memphremagog,
We mitigated about 8,200 pounds of phosphorus from entering waterways, and that's about 25% of the annual reduction target. So there's both a glasses half full and glasses half empty component there. We're a third of our way to our goals for Lake Champlain after a decade of investment. That's really meaningful, but it also means 2/3 of the work remains. So continued effort, investment, coordination across all sectors, agriculture, stormwater, wastewater, roads is going to be essential. And while we roll most of our data up into these big basins, every farm that implements a nutrient management plan, every municipality that upgrades its stormwater infrastructure, every road crew that places a well-sized culvert, and every homeowner who regularly pumps out their septic tank, all of that's connected to the condition of our lakes and the waters we care about. Water pollution doesn't respect town lines or property boundaries, and that means solutions have to be broad-based and sustained. And I know sometimes it can be really hard to see water pollution. Sediment and nutrient carried away by stormwater and snowmelt do lead, however, to one of the most visible challenges we face, which is cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria are native to Vermont's waters. They've always been here, and in healthy concentrations, they play an important ecological role. The real problem is when excess nutrients, warm temperatures, calm conditions combine to produce blooms that close beaches, harm pets, and signal something deeper going on with our ecosystem. And we know, and you all know, blooms are not distributed evenly across our water bodies, and they're also not random. They reflect nutrient load that's accumulated over years and decades. Lake Carmi may be the starkest example, and Vermont's only lake that's formally been designated as a lake in crisis. And we've tried aeration, we've tried herbicide treatments, and most recently an alum treatment aimed at binding phosphorus in the sediment. We're really sort of fingers crossed looking forward to the coming recreation season on Lake Carmi to see if that alum treatment has had the desired effect. We did have folks out earlier this year as part of the spring phosphorus monitoring and saw Secchi depths that were unmatched in our record. So it's a positive sign and kind of fingers crossed that that all holds. But at the end of the day, those types of strategies are interventions, and those interventions will only work for the long term if the hard work has been done to reduce the pollution in the watershed. So for everyone here who participates in volunteer cyanobacteria monitoring, your observations are directly informing how we understand and respond to bloom patterns across the state. That data is really important. Cyanobacteria also isn't the only biological threat we are managing. Aquatic invasives also came up this afternoon. Eurasian water milfoil, variable leaf milfoil, water chestnut, and others continue to challenge us across Vermont lakes. And our monitoring program surveys our monitoring programs annually and the public access breeder program remain one of the most effective frontline tools for preventing the spread of invasives from one water body to another. And we know that every breeder station matters. Every conversation with a boater who doesn't know some of the things shown in those public service announcements about draining and drying their watercraft before moving it to another lake matters. And that is really important work. And the more folks out sharing that message, the better. And that brings me to one of the most significant regulatory updates of this year, which is around wake boats and wake sports. In just a few days, I think on June 11th, looking at Laura and Jenny, they're nodding at me. The updates to Vermont's use of public waters rules will take effect, and they establish a new framework for where wake sports can occur on Vermont's inland lakes. And I know this has been a conversation, if not a controversy, several years running. I think it's important to acknowledge wake sports and wake boats are legitimate recreational activities, but they are also capable of generating significantly larger wakes than a traditional motorboat. And that has real implications for shoreline erosion, bottom dwellers, water clarity, and frankly, the experience of other lake users. And so finding a workable framework required us to look for that sweet spot where hopefully we struck balance. And I do believe that's what this rule does. And I'm truly grateful to the team in Lakes and Ponds for their sustained effort. At the heart of this, wake sports are now going to be restricted to designated zones on 18 inland lakes. 100 contiguous acres will be the minimum size. For Lake Champlain, Wallace Pond, Lake Memphremagog, and the Connecticut River, these are cross-boundary waters and so are under a different jurisdictional framework than our use of public waters rule. Wake sports may continue at least 200 feet from the shoreline in accordance with other use of public waters rules. But we really strongly encourage anyone engaging in wake sports in these areas to try to keep that 500-foot separation distance from the shore and to be also cognizant of focusing on areas that are at least 20 feet in depth to minimize environmental impacts. I think it's also important to note a wake boat can still operate on any lake where a traditional motorboat is allowed. It just can't fill its ballast tanks. And there's some communication pieces that the team has been working on to make sure we are creating that consistently to all Vermonters. There's also a new ballast tank decontamination requirement that applies when moving a boat between water bodies in terms of cleaning with hot water and high pressure. A list of hot water decontamination stations is available on our website. Enforcement will be done through the Vermont State Police Marine Division, as well as our local game wardens. And I know many of your lake associations were deeply engaged in this rulemaking process. Many of you advocated for strong protections, and your input definitely shaped what became final. This is how the process is supposed to work. We're supposed to hear from a broad cross-section of Vermonters and work to incorporate as much of that feedback and input as possible. And I'm really grateful to everyone who participated. I want to leave you with this as I wind down my remarks this afternoon. I don't think I have to tell anyone in this room that Vermont's lakes are absolutely remarkable. They're cold, they're clean, they're beautiful, and many of them are in better shape than lakes of comparable size and population pressure in other states. And that's not an accident. It is the product of decades of work by the state, by partners, by universities and researchers, and by the organizations and individuals like all of you here today. But that trajectory is not guaranteed. You know, phosphorus loading, warming temperatures, changing precipitation patterns with climate change, increasing recreational pressure. These are real forces that are acting on waterways across Vermont, and they require sustained real responses. The state's committed to investing, regulating, and monitoring, but we also need all of you. Your eyes on the water, your voices at town meeting, your willingness to talk to a neighbor about why their lawn and lawn care choices matter. And so I just want to end by saying thank you for everything you do for Vermont's lakes and ponds. And it's a genuine privilege to be able to work alongside so many of you. So thank you for having me here this afternoon. Happy to take a couple questions before I run away. All right, film time. It is gorgeous.
Thank you, Julie, so much. I so appreciate you being here with us. So we're just about at the end. I want to do a few thank yous. Of course, I want to thank all of our speakers today. We really appreciate the time and the effort that all of you put in to being here. I want to thank all of you for being here as well, and all the folks online who have been tuned in through the whole day. I want to thank our events committee, led by Jackie Sprague, Jan Parsons, Jerry Bergdahl, Dave Johnson, and of course, Laura DeLubalecki, for putting this together. And I also want to thank Jeremy for handling all the technology and keeping everything on track. I want to thank Jay, who's back there, who's always taking care of getting stuff where we need it, getting us into order, taking care of the door, making sure everybody got in here and got seated and everything else. So I really appreciate that. And of course, I also have to thank Laura for being the timekeeper today. She kept us on track. So with that, I hope I didn't forget anybody. I want to thank you all for being with us, and we are adjourned.